should just send my proxy with you. Come on there.
Welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc on Tuesday, August 6, 2024. The municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to the generations of people who have taken care of this land, including the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the Oneida Nation of the Thames. Roll call, everyone's here. Before we go to motion to approve the agenda, note to council, we're going to take a quick recess after communications and we'll assess where we're at, just so after communications we'll have a break. Motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Wilsey. All in favor? Opposed if any? Carried. Are there any declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, the first order of business, a petition for new drainage works. Are you speaking? Who's going to be speaking to this one?
Right, 1 second, I'm just going to mute our online participants.
Yep.
All right, in just one moment while I unmute our
Noises.
We're good?
yes.
We're good? So this is a petition for new drainage submitted by landowners for the affected lands identified as Range 1 North and 1 South parts of Lot 5 and 6, Longwoods Road in Melbourne. Can you speak to that, Captain?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, within your package, you have a copy of the petition, and also in the agenda is a recommendation for council to accept this petition and for the Spreed Associates to prepare an engineer's report on this matter to bring back forward to council.
Any questions? Seeing none, there's a motion that council accept the petition for drainage works by owners for the affected lands identified as Range 1 North and 1 South of lots 5 and 6, Longwoods Road in Melbourne, and authorize Street Associates to prepare an engineer's report on the matter. Someone bring Councillor Hippel, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. We're now going to move on to the public meetings, and there are a few this evening. Just to note to everybody who's going to participate in the public meeting tonight, we allow 5 minutes for your dialogue, and seeing that we have a number tonight when it gets to everyone, I will stick to the 5-minute rule. And my request is that we keep everything civil and that there be no outbursts or anything from the gallery. I don't anticipate any, but I did want to make that comment. Public meeting number 1 is the purpose of this public meeting is to consider an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 9054 Skinner Drive. Motion to open the public meeting. Councillor Pelkman, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Report, was it either Tim? That would be Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As you've noted, this is a public meeting for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. This is a little bit of a unique situation. You're usually hearing about a statutory public meeting for a rezoning when we have a surplus farm dwelling after a consent application has been heard by the Committee of Adjustment. In this unique situation, we have an official plan amendment associated with it because the surplus farm dwelling is constructed in 2003. The requirement in the official plan is that it be constructed prior to January 1st of 1999. And just now that the PowerPoint presentation is up, we can move to the next slide. We'll note that it is the Vanderhaydens that are making the application. And the location of this application is on the north side of Skinner Drive. If Skinner was an east-west road, it's kind of not, but we'll say northwest in that case. It has frontage on Skinner Drive, and it is just east of Aberdeen. We can move to that. It's primarily agricultural in the area. It's rural in the official plan. We can move to the next slide. So the proposal, as I've mentioned already, is a future severance application, and it's because of that official plan policy that states January 1st of 1999 that the construction has to happen prior to that. So that's the thrust of the application. If we move to the next slide. In terms of consultation, staff and agencies have no comments or no objections to the application, and tonight is the statutory public meeting for both the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment. If we move to the next slide, and this is where it gets, this is where the most important parts of the information come forward to you. So the provincial policy statement specifically allows for consents for severances of surplus farm dwellings, and it has a number of conditions. The county official plan changed with OPA 3 to allow for dwellings to be constructed, to allow for severances where the dwellings were constructed more than 10 years. So it's a rolling number now. That's at the county level. Locally, the official plan amendment 14 amended that the same way, except that official plan amendment is under appeal, and so we're held sort of in abeyance. So what the applicant, the owner of the property, has done is they've made a private official plan amendment that does the same thing as the OPA 14 would be doing or has done, but only on a site-specific basis for their own property, which they can certainly do, and you'll read the report is recommended by staff to be supported. The second part of tonight's statutory public meeting is the zoning bylaw, and we normally would bring that forward after a consent application has been heard. The public meeting can happen tonight, but we aren't recommending that move forward until after the consent application. I.e., you wouldn't want to be approving the zoning bylaw amendment on this property, rezoning the lands, if the consent application hasn't happened yet. If this property gets the official plan amendment, there's no harm or foul that they now will have permissions or policies that would allow them to move forward with a surplus farm dwelling based on a 10-year situation if that fails on the consent level for some reason, if we were to say that. So it's for those reasons I've kind of led to the next page already, I think, where it's the next steps. As I've noted, planning staff are supportive of the official plan amendment. If council decides that it's appropriate, then it would be forwarded. The adopted official plan would be forwarded to the county, and the county would make the final decision on that. As I noted earlier, a consent application is being brought forward to the Committee of Adjustment after that appeal period is up. And if the C of A application, the Committee of Adjustment application is approved, that consent application, and an evaluation report would come forward and the zoning bylaw amendment would come forward to council in the future. And that's for the zoning bylaw. And there's 20-day appeal periods for amendments. This is a little bit different, so if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them. We're trying to come up with a solutions-based approach to how we're handling this application, so it's a little bit of baby steps. One with the official plan, the second step will be the consent, then third step will be that zoning bylaw, but doing it in a way so that the statutory public meeting all happens tonight for both the official plan and the zoning, so that we're not coming back for a second statutory or technically a third statutory public meeting later on. This just allows for less fatigue on those that are receiving notices. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, before we get into that and the council's questions, are there any comments in support of the proposed OPA and ZBA? Seeing none, are there any comments in opposition? Seeing none, we'll now go Deputy Mayor, you were first.
I'll make the recommended motion that we receive the report and further the second part of the recommended motion as appears on page 1 of 6 of this report.
Okay. Just gonna wait, because we have to do it after I close the public meeting, okay? If you could hold on.
Okay.
Water direct?
Sorry.
That's okay, was there a question over here? Okay. Seeing none, motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Falkman, second by Councillor Pammer. All in favor? Carried. You're up now, Deputy Mayor.
Want me to repeat it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll make the motion then that we receive the I'll motion the 2 recommendations that appear on page 1 of 6 of this report.
Okay. Someone to second, Councillor Hippel. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now move to public meeting, sorry.
Sorry, just for a bit of process, we should allow people who aren't part of the next public meeting to perhaps move to the overflow room.
Sure.
So we can bring the participants from
Sure.
the overflow room over
Yep.
here.
Okay, if we're limited for space, folks, so I'm gonna ask you to do us a favor. If you're not here for the next one, which is the Saxton Road, some of those people may be waiting in the committee room, so if I could ask, just give up space, we'll bring you back, but as you can tell, we're a popular place to be tonight, and we will greatly appreciate it. So if you're here for the Saxton Road, yep. Yep, that's no problem. Yep. No, that's a good idea. Okay, thank you for your patience, folks. As I just said, it's a popular place to be tonight, so. First, this public meeting, the purpose of this public meeting is to consider an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 24605 Saxton Road. Motion to open the public meeting. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams, are you up again?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is an application that is located on lands that are commonly referred to as the Strathroy Crossings Plaza. That has frontage on Saxton Road, and it also has access to Carroll Street and Adelaide Road. It is a location, as noted in your introduction, it's an official plan amendment application and zoning bylaw amendment application. A subsequent site plan application would be required for the proposal. The proposal is seeking to amend the official plan. Currently, this property is designated commercial. They're seeking to have that designation changed to allow for residential. So a associated zoning bylaw amendment also changing the zoning from highway commercial. There's 2 different zone categories that cover the lands that are part of the subject application. One is C2-13 and the other portion is not got a site-specific zoning, and it's just simply a C2 zone. This is a site that's received a number of previous zoning bylaw amendment applications, site plan applications, or combinations of minor variance applications, easements, and the like, somewhere in the range of 10 to 15. However, at this point, shovels have hit the ground, we'll call it. This is a site where the front portion of the property that is shown in red on the location map had most recently a proposal for a hotel with a residential above, which was just slightly, and by slightly I mean approximately a meter above the height limit of 15 meters. The current application that's being proposed is to have an apartment building in that block, in that space that's in red, and then a second one within the yellow area. Both of them would work together. They would be, even though there's that line in between, that is just a zone line. They would run and work together. The proposal has the 7-story apartment building closer to the street, which would be more in line with the zoning of the commercial area. And they're proposing that the parking and amenity areas would be tucked behind the building versus in front of the building along Saxton. The proponent will likely go through a greater detail on the proposal, but I will say that the application is, as I noted, two 7-story buildings with 160 units, 80 in each of the buildings. No commercial is being proposed. It would be solely residential. Associated with the application is the setbacks to accessory buildings is what they're referring to them, but I will just call them covered parking areas. They'll have, well, at this point, they're proposing solar panels on the roof areas of these shelters. So they would not have side walls, or they're not enclosed garages per se, but just covered parking areas within the building, within the parking area to do two things, I guess. One would be to allow for those vehicles to be charged if they were that sort of vehicle, but also to keep snow and other things off of the cars as well. But those structures will be located closer to the property lines than is permitted, which the bylaw requires a 3-meter side yard setback, and they're proposing less than that, 0.9 and 1.9 meter setbacks. So there are a couple of other deviations from the zoning bylaw. One is coverage of parking, and also a reduction in parking from what is required by the bylaw. So you'll see the bylaw requires 200 tenant parking spaces and 24 visitors, and they are proposing 186 and 14 visitor parking spaces. This is a good, you could stay on that plan. I can work from there. In the center, you'll see what kind of looks like an octopus, if an octopus only had 6 legs, but that's the amenity space. And as we move out from that center, you'll see the parking areas, and the parking spaces are covered, not the aisles. And then we have 2 buildings that move out from there. To the north of this area that is somewhat grayed out, that is a site plan approved 2 commercial block, they're calling it block. It's a single site, but it has 2 buildings on it, proposed with approximately 8 units, although that could be adjusted. That's not regulated, we'll call it, in the site plan application. Nonetheless, they have that site plan approval, but that building has yet to be constructed, or those buildings have yet to be constructed. So if we were to move forward from this point, I would just note that my planning report has a number of comments on policy, a number of comments on consultation. I would note that there was an open house on May 28th. There were a number of people that attended. We were in attendance as well. The item was recorded and it was shared with council so that they were aware. Also, there are minutes within the report. that also that also gave an outline of what was discussed during that meeting. And I will note that there were staff and agency comments as well, and there are a number of items that are listed there. They're also listed in the report. I can go through them very quickly by saying the stormwater management plan needs more details about the outlet. There is a municipal drain that's under construction now. If you happen to be going through that area, you'll notice that there are vehicles actually working on it for the last about 2 weeks, and that will continue as they move from the lands just, I'm gonna get my directions wrong, west of Canadian Tires on the opposite side of Adelaide Road. And they'll be moving over towards Saxton, and there's a subdivision over there that will be connecting up to that as well through that process. That needs to be in place before any of this were to move forward. So we're talking about a hold on that until this happens, unless the process is such that it doesn't come before council until after that stormwater management piece is sorted out. Servicing capacity, there is some questions that have been raised about with a 7-story building and fire protection. We want some additional information on water main capacity and pressures and alike, which is on the technical side and just needs to be provided. I would note that and if you wouldn't mind just for a second, Claire, going back just to this page. This next one is just that there is a single access point onto Saxton. Without the commercial block being constructed, that's the only way in and out of this block. And so that has been raised as an item that we need to further explore. You'll see that the commercial block exists, and then there's a road that's to the north of that. It's good that it's in this site plan, because that road is the one that access is well marked, and if you were to also continue further down, it would be to the LCBO. If the road was connected in between there, then you would have a second or third even access point. But at the moment, those lands are a field. So that's something that needs to be worked out with the applicant. If they're moving forward with these buildings, we've heard about second accesses in the past. Those official plan policies still apply in this case. If we move now back to the next page, and I am trying to move through this as efficiently as possible. The parking justification, there is a request for a reduction in the parking. So we just would look for some additional details. What's provided in the planning justification report speaks to the fact that there are other local municipalities that have lower parking rates than Strathroy-Caradoc. But we would note that many of those are ones with transit or transit assistance. And so we would like to have further discussion. I would note that what we're talking about here is 186 parking spaces where 200 is required, and the visitor parking is 12 where 24 is required. So there may be also a situation where when this comes back, there's a slight change in the ratio of those parking spaces. The interface between the apartment building and the existing backyards, and when I say that, that's a short version of what I think we may hear from tonight from the neighbors, is just the relationship between this 7-story building and those within the Park Bridge community. The last two are just that we have not yet heard back on the noise study in terms of comments. And the absolute last one is that the commercial conversion justification. You'll note that I've done a little bit more detail on this topic in the report, but just that this is a unique parcel of land that's a part of a planned commercial node within Strathroy-Caradoc. And so what we need to know is that if we're converting these commercial lands, that they're they're the appropriate ones to be removing from our inventory. This is a situation where this was planned as being part of a larger group of roads, access points, and details, and so it's important for us to understand this in greater detail than what's been provided up to this point, which is found in the planning justification report by the applicants. So I think if we can move to the next, I think I've talked about these items already, that this is an official plan amendment that's at the local official plan level, so Strathroy-Caradoc, and they're seeking to change to residential, and no other special policies are associated with that. I've gone through the site-specific changes that they're requesting to the R3, so we can move on to the next page. And I guess from the next steps perspective, these are the following ones that are included in the staff report. It's just that this information report be received, and we would go through the normal practice of listening to statutory public meeting comments that have come in up to this point, additional ones from tonight, and then move forward with potentially changes to the plan if the applicants request, and then we would come forward with an evaluation report. It is possible that other options could come from council from tonight, and that could be they could receive the information report and provide staff with different direction. They could receive the information report and refuse the application, and they could receive the information report and defer the application sine die. And sine die just means, that's the Latin coming out, it just means indefinitely. So I want to note those ones. I was going to note that in my previous public meeting, but we got a little bit ahead of myself, and I had seen a hand go up, and I got distracted on just going through those steps. But if an official plan were to move forward, it's just something to keep in mind that the official plan does go to the county for final approval. A zoning bylaw amendment is a decision made by local council, and it can be appealed. It's important to remember that Bill 185 changed who can appeal official plan and zoning bylaw applications, amendments, and that is specific agencies and not members of the public. That's where I'll leave it, and I'm happy to answer any questions throughout the process here.
Thank you, Tim. Before we get to that, are there any comments in support of the proposed OPA and ZBA? Thank you. Can I ask you to identify yourself?
It's on.
Through your worship, thank you very much. My name is Jamie Robertson. I'm with SBM Strict Ball and Limones in London, and I'm the agent for the applicant on this file. First off, just wanted to thank staff, municipal staff, for all the work they've put on this file so far, and we look forward to working with them as we continue through the process. As you've already heard this evening, the proposal is for 2 7-story residential towers with 160 units in total. We are seeking some zoning bylaw amendments for reductions in parking, increase in height, interior side yard setbacks. They're all before you as part of this application. Essentially, what we're looking for this evening is to continue the thought process and the information gathering process, as we're not making any decisions tonight. But we did want to come and address and be here in person to receive the comments, and we'd love to answer questions as best we can. For this specific application, our main idea is that this is an absolutely perfect opportunity for Strathroy to provide more residential units. As the land needs assessments have come through the official plan process, the update, there's a large deficiency in residential lands and a surplus of commercial. That's kind of our backbone for this. We've got a perfect opportunity with vacant commercial lots that we're going through processes, we're going through applications, but as there's a kind of lull or surplus for the commercial lands, those have all kind of failed and tallied off and kind of slowed down. As the residential needs are increasing in all of Ontario, we figured this was a perfect opportunity to provide some more units, use vacant land so that it's no longer just sitting there, improving the entire character of the neighborhood / the commercial uses, and providing more people directly within walking distance of existing commercial uses, and ideally helping to support the remainder commercial lands to grow and prosper with people right there. That's part of our parking reduction request, is that this being connected directly to an existing commercial node will help to provide residents with the ability to live and work at home and stay at home with a pedestrian-oriented experience, which is kind of new for Strathroy. But as the slogans have said, building tomorrow today, this is kind of going along those lines of looking at increasing Strathroy's urban character and creating that kind of tomorrow today. So I thank you very much for your time, and I will answer any questions as best I can.
After we get through the next part of his questions from council.
Thank you very much.
Are there any comments in opposition of the proposed OPA? Okay. All right.
We have
Yep.
right to say.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Just ask you identify yourself and let me hold you to the 5-minute rule, okay?
Keith McLeod from Twin Elms Estates. We back up to this property, and with a 7-story apartment unit that goes in there, they'll be overlooking our backyards, which is not very favorable in our eyesight. And there's openness there, so a wall would have to be erected between the new proposal and our backyards, but I thought the ruling in Strathroy was a 3-story high-rise was the highest that you could go. We're not aware of this 7-story, we were not all aware of this 7-story idea going in, so that's our major concern as to the height of it.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance live? Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Karen Samard. I actually live in London right now. We're just renovating a property at Twin Elms, and this property is going to be backing right into our backyard. And some concerns that I have is, when I seen the drawing, I came here last week and I asked to see the drawing of the proposed buildings, and I just don't understand, like with that little park, where the people will go. Like, where are they going to walk their dogs? Where are they going to walk their children? Like, is there any playgrounds around that area? Like, and as far as like, they wouldn't even be able to come here if there's no transportation. I don't understand who they're going to be renting to. Like, are they aiming towards older people, younger people? Like, I'd like more questions answered. If they could do that, and just let us know, like, what do they plan on doing here? And as far as the other buildings, like the commercial buildings, like, is that going to be like soon in the future? Like, is there going to be hairdressers? Is there going to be nail places that people can walk to? Because obviously, we all need to use that. Is there going to be doctors close by? Because otherwise, I believe you still need a car here in Strathroy. So there is a lot of my concerns that I'd like answered. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other live participants? Okay, Clark, do you have some via Zoom?
So, thank you, Chair. We do have some participants who
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the hand back there, I apologize.
Thank you, Chair. So, Zoom participants, we will return to you
Yep.
when the in-person participants we run through the list. Thank you.
My property also backs onto this, where they're building.
Sorry, ma'am. May we have your name for the record?
Oh, Betty Doucette.
Thank you, Betty.
My property also backs onto this, where they're going to be building, and my concern is the noise. It is on, the backing is onto a senior's residence, a senior's property. And with the parking, with the noise, it'll be 24 hours no noise. And it's just not good. Also, I'd like to know what the demographics are for what they're renting for. Like, are they seniors going to be in these buildings? Are there going to be geared to income in these buildings? What are they going to be?
Thanks, Betty. Maybe I can get that question for you when I ask my question too.
Okay, and
I have the same question as you do.
And the infrastructures, like the road widening, the sewers.
Thank you. I'll look a little more closely this time. Is there anyone else who's in the audience who wishes to speak? Okay. See. Now you go ahead, clerk.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So I will just read out the names to ensure we don't miss anyone. Mark Giovanetti, are you on Zoom? I don't see Mark, but I wanted to give them a chance. Lou and Cindy Aruda, I believe I see you on Zoom. Do you wish to speak at this time? Okay, I have asked the participants to unmute.
No, we're fine. We don't need to speak at this time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Lou and Cindy. The next participants registered for Zoom are Teo and Diane Shellhaus. Teo and Diane, are you there and do you wish to speak at this time? I don't see them with a name, but I wanted to give the opportunity. And then I also have Barb and Dave Proctor. Do you, Barb, I see you there. Do you wish to speak at this time? Those are all the registered participants I have over Zoom, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now opportunity for members of council. Councilor Hippel.
Thank you. Just a few comments, not really questions. Well, maybe questions will come out of it, but I'm pretty sure I have the same concerns as most people. Saxton, that area of Saxton is already extremely busy. The road isn't big enough. There's no sidewalks, and obviously we're really working right now on Strathroy Crossings municipal drain to even consider anything until that is done, finished, and then to find out whether or not adding Strathroy Crossings, adding this new area would be able to meet the maximum flow rate. Like we don't know that yet, and that's scary in and of itself. The 7-story, I mean, I like it because I know that there's a lot of, there's lots of people that are looking for places to live, but at the same time, our school areas in that area, and I'm looking at 3 right off the get-go, are overflowing. 2 of them are one is at a maximum capacity. The other one is just adding 4 more portables. I mean, have we looked into the school systems, and are we renting to families? Who are we renting to? The 7-story is, I mean, if it ended up being a 7-story, if this ended up going through, I mean, certainly I wouldn't want it towering, blocking any of the sunlight and towering over all of the homes in Twin Elms. That would be the privacy concern there would would be horrible. But it's not just the privacy, it would be, like I said, it would be the sunlight, the shadowing on all of those types of things. Only one access point. I mean, that road, it's right now is just ridiculously busy. I mean, there need to be stoplights put in, and I mean, there's just a lot of work that needs to be done, obviously, and and even talking to the the deputy fire chief, that's like, there's just a lot of unanswered questions at the moment, and there will be, definitely there needs to be a lot of answers before this can be even considered, and that's just my thought.
Thank you. Councillor Canis.
Just on a question on building height. I've heard often about you can be so many stories in Strathroy, or just wondered, are there rules on height of buildings here in the community, and if they are, what are they? So.
Tim, did you want to answer that?
Through the mayor, the zoning bylaw restricts the height of residential buildings to 15 meters. So if you can be creative, that might mean 5 stories if you had 3-meter floor to floor heights, which is possible. You've got a foot of slab between, and then 9-ish left over for your floor to ceiling. So that is possible. It's within the realm of possibility to be 5, but that would be a flat roof with no parapet and all the like. So you're more likely to see 4 and be under the requirement.
Okay. You got a follow-up?
So then to go to 7 would require some sort of an exception or special dispensation, for lack of a better word. So.
I'm happy to confirm it and say that their number, that what they're asking for is 27 meters. And that is, I guess, that's where they're at in terms of asking for that 12 meters additional to get from 4 to 7. And that allows for roof parapets, those things, as well as being somewhat main floor above grade, just so that you don't have, things like flooding of the lobbies and things like that.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll go with the deputy mayor, then Councillor Peltman.
Thank you. Just to follow up with Councillor Nicol and maybe a little bit with Councillor Canis, but we hear about intensification in the provincial policy statement or planning statement, as it'll soon become. And we talk a lot about wanting attainable and affordable housing and different types of housing. And now we're locked on 4 stories perhaps, which seems to fly different to some of our conversations about intensification. So I think as a council, we really need to decide, are we about intensification? I'm not suggesting high rises, like Toronto style high rises, but 4 stories is not tall. Maybe in Strathroy, but overall, it's not tall. So that's, I think, one thing that we have to kind of make a decision about when we're looking at these. I think this is probably a good position for this type of stuff, as opposed to in the middle of a subdivision. I know it borders Twin Elm Estates, which has historically been in the country. But with the expansion of Strathroy-Caradoc to the south, they have quickly become part of the urban area, and we know that Saxton Road is going to be redeveloped here, and we've been talking all about that with the new drain coming through, and then a whole urbanization of Saxton Road in that vicinity anyways. So they're going to see new roads, new curbs, new sidewalks, street lights. All of that is on its way. What I would ask Strickland Baldinelli Moniz, if I got that right, has there been any consideration about flipping this 180 degrees so that the parking would be closest to Twin Elms, putting the tall building deeper into that area, closer to Walmart, which might take a lot of the concerns away from the residents in Twin Elms. So you may not be able to answer that right now. If the gentleman was in the room, there he is, thank you. But that might be a consideration that becomes more palatable as we move through this process.
Okay. I don't know if you want to answer that, or we'll just go to Councillor Powell. Go ahead. Pardon me?
Entirely up to you.
No, go ahead. That was a question from the councillor, so feel free to answer it.
Again, thank you, Your Worship, through you. So specifically to that question, and it's Strick, you were very close, not Strickland, but Strick. The conversation has been opened. We currently wanted to keep with keeping the accesses. If we move the buildings up, we're going to have an access to Saxon Road that's very close to the existing access for the Twin Elms Estates. So that becomes a little bit more of a traffic item. We were told that we had to have certain amounts of access distance. So that would be kind of our main point right now that we'd have to look at. But the conversations can go back to the applicant specifically with the comments from tonight, and it can be explored a little bit further in depth. A few other questions, just if I can quickly respond to them. A wall would not be built along the south border. We are proposing a lot of landscaping, trees, shrubbery, fencing, but not specifically a wall. And that would help with a lot of the noise, light reduction, especially to the neighboring properties. As for shadow impact, as these buildings are primarily north of all the residential houses, there wouldn't be a large expectation of shadowing impacts. However, as part of the technical review comments that we just recently had, I know some shadow was listed in there. So we are going to go back with some of the technical items that have come in and kind of do a little bit more in-depth double check on those. And the last one that I can think of off the top of my head, and please add more as they come in, the stormwater management, which we do know has been an issue in the area. As this also goes to site plan, nothing can be built until site plan process is done. As part of the engineering requirements, we can't outlet more water from the site than pre-development rates. So that still has to be fine-tuned, obviously, and that generally is done as part of the site plan process, which again, Mr. Williams has spoken about having holding provisions with the zoning to ensure that a lot more of the engineering technicalities are dealt with. So we are, understanding of that as well.
Mind if I ask my question since he's there? Because a couple of people have raised it, and I did note in your memo you talked about the provincial policy statement, and you referenced affordable housing.
Right. So yeah, another one of the questions obviously is who's the target demographic?
Or is this really affordable housing, or is this the true definition of affordable housing?
Correct. So right now there is no specific demographic that's absolutely being sought after. Generally speaking, this would be higher end units is kind of the idea, looking at more senior and established families to be renting out. As there are no longer any bonusing through the Ontario government, it's a little bit harder in the true form of affordable housing, but providing more units, more options, more infrastructure, you start to build in the effect that you get some more affordable or at least attainable housing. But there is no current specific look at just affordable of the current definitions of purely affordable housing.
Thank you. Councillor Pelkman, I apologize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the consultant. So I had a similar thought to the deputy mayor about turning the buildings, although I was really only thinking the one that would be closest to the Canadian Tire, because the other one is kind of at the entrance to Twin Elms where there's no houses there anyways, and the house on the other side of that driveway has a significant tree buffer, so they're not, from a sightline perspective, impacted. That would allow you to keep your driveway where it is, but keep the other building away from the Twin Elms properties. However, the one thing that I did note is I was kind of thinking, it looks like you got quite a wide buffer between the parking and the building. If you could just even add a few more spots along the building, just to alleviate some of the extra parking spaces and still leave the drop off there. But you know, I was the original person that suggested having retail or residential on this piece of property. It wasn't quite what I envisioned. I envisioned more townhouses like next to the Walmart in Hyde Park, which is what I believe I specifically referenced at the time. But however, getting people, as many people as possible close to this retail might spur that retail growth on the rest of the property. And it does provide a buffer to the residents that are in Twin Elms, because otherwise you got delivery vehicles in the back with beeping trucks, and it's possible those trucks could come in 24 hours a day, because that is a fairly significant sized piece of property. That's coming from my 30 years of experience at Superstore, where we had trucks rolling in all night long. It was pretty noisy, garbage trucks in the middle of the night. I felt bad for the residents adjoining our receiving areas, but this would probably be a little quieter during the nighttime hours. Would certainly in the short term allow would be more traffic, but as the deputy mayor said, you know, the road's going to be rebuilt this year, and you'll see much better turning radiuses and sidewalks and stuff and lighting than what you have now.
Any other comments from members of council? Councillor Kenneth.
Not so much about this particular project, but I think it was mentioned at the beginning, we've seen a number of iterations on this particular piece of land, and I just want to make sure that our staff or the municipality is properly compensated each time for the effort that goes into dealing with all of these plans. So I guess that's a question to the staff, whether we are compensated for the amount of time that is involved.
Director Hopp.
Thank you, through the chair. So we do receive application fees for all of these various applications, and now that we have a pre-consultation fee as well, I mean, we're collecting on those discussions. So we're getting what we can.
Any other comments? Councillor Wilson.
To the mayor, to the consultant from SBM, with all the different applications and things that have been coming through this, if this does get approved, and we look at parking and fire and all the different things that have been brought up tonight, what is the intent for a timeline to begin construction?
Thank you very much, through you, your worship. There's no specific timeline yet. Obviously, this process has to play out itself, but being a residential opportunity, certainly they're excited for shovels in the ground as soon as they possibly can. And this, again, would help spur on kind of that commercial aspect to getting some more people in the area. It's a little bit hard with the previous applications. As I said, a lot of the commercial ability kind of fell through with the surplus of land. Those applications haven't gone anywhere towards shovels in the ground, because at the end of the day, if the money's not coming in, it becomes too difficult to build and have a vacant property with the building now sitting there waiting to be filled. So they're looking at the residential opportunity, and they're certainly a lot more driven in knowing that we have the housing crisis throughout Ontario now, get the units built as soon as we can. And a couple more items that have come in with the traffic concern and access. Number one, with the traffic concerns, we had completed a traffic impact study, which is part of all your application notes documentation. But just to reiterate with that one, this study went through terms of reference with the municipality, was completed to the understanding of the municipality and the county. And it found that there would be no increase beyond the 2034 capacity allowance for the increase in traffic as a result of this proposal. So it does meet the requirements of the traffic standards. And we do know Saxon Road is being upgraded right now, which is certainly a benefit to everybody and very much needed. The second access would be provided. So on the site plan that you've seen, on the western side, we've got the proposed, there's an easement already in place with all of the ownership of all of the commercial lands. And that one would be built right away to connect to the other internal road that runs east-west throughout the site, so that there would be two accesses. It wouldn't just be relying on Saxton right from the get-go. And then ideally the third would be built as part of the commercial development.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Okay, seeing none, motion of this public meeting be closed.
Yes, we did. Oh, sorry, so we did one.
There's a question back here.
I'm gonna let it go on because we do have to, but, okay, so we have somebody who wants to, yep, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Yes, hi, it's Mark Giovanetti.
Yep, go ahead, Mark.
I'm not sure if it's my turn to speak right now, is it?
Well, we're past it, but we'll let you speak, Mark.
I appreciate it. So I live in South Grove Meadows, and I apologize for being late on the meeting. I was actually on the other site where I saw the meeting, and then when you called my name, I realized that I couldn't speak, so I quickly went through my emails and found the Zoom. My only concern, and I know what's been bandied about in the meeting, is the traffic flow. That corner at on Saxton and Carroll, it's quite a busy corner. And if you're coming from where I live on South Grove Meadows, and you come up to that corner, and if you want to make a left-hand turn, it's at times of the day, it is very, very hard. The impact, now I understand that there has been a traffic flow analysis that has been done, and it's been deemed acceptable for these units. The only thing that, my only question is once all of the commercial is in place, and this becomes a destination spot, has the traffic flow been analyzed from the perspective of people coming from out of town, people coming from in town, the 180 units that are going to be there, and they're going to be going to and fro. My only contention is that if you took care of the traffic management now, it would certainly alleviate any issues in the future. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Mark. And one final, you had a question.
Yes, it's Gail McLeod. I have a couple of questions. How many feet, how far is the building going to be from Twin Elms Estates? Like I know basically know where the property line is, but how far in are the apartment buildings going to be built? Are they like 3 feet from the property lines, or whereabouts is it?
What, Jamie or Tim?
I'm happy to answer the question very quickly, because the side yard setback to the actual building is proposed at 6 meters to the property line.
6 meters isn't very far. And then my next question, and I don't agree with that, my next question is, you made a comment there won't be any wall, but there will be landscaping. It takes years to grow trees, bushes, whatever. That is not sufficient. There needs to be a wall built if we're going to be building this apartment building. They have it at Canadian Tire all the way halfway up. It should be continued through, because that's not fair for the people that live in Twin Elms, because we're going to have horns honking, we're going to hear kids playing all the time. This is an adult residential area, and I don't believe that that would be right if you're just going to put up a little wooden fence to stop noise. There should be a big wall, as far as I'm concerned, and I really hope that is looked at between council and everybody else that's going to make a decision on this. And 7 stories, that's very high. They're looking down into the properties, into Twin Elms, and I don't think that's right either. So those are my concerns, and if it's only that short of a distance from the property line, that's very close to us living there. and I don't think that's fair as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Any others? Seeing none. Going on. Motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Wilsey. All in favor? Carried. So go ahead. The CEO would like to interject.
So if I may, for council's benefit, can I ask Mr. Williams again, just, I know you had in your presentation the options, you spoke to the options available to council. If I may, Mr. Mayor, could we have Mr. Williams go through those options again for council?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor to the CAO. So the options are receive the report for information purposes, and we would go through what I would call a standard process of receiving additional comments, working with the applicant, and then having information come back as an evaluation report to council for a decision to be made at a future council meeting. The second option is to receive the information report and defer the item sine die, so that means indefinitely. The third option is to receive the information report and recommend refusal of the application, or so not recommend refusal of the application, make a decision to refuse the application. And then the fourth is an information report, as well as providing direction to staff on how to proceed.
Okay. Councillor Pammer, then Councillor Pelkman.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Sure.
Or put one out there. That the subject report BBP 204-97 for official plan amendment 032224 and zoning bylaw amendment 52024 be received for information.
Okay.
Just to confirm, Mr. Williams, that's our standard practice, correct?
That is, yes.
Okay. Someone to second your motion. Councillor Pelkman, was there any further discussion? Councillor Pelkman.
I would certainly like to see options with the buildings turned away from the Twin Elms property, so it's not 20 feet from the property line.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, you have the motion in front of you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, folks. We're gonna ask now we have the next group coming in, so if we could get the people regarding the Adelaide Road and Mount Bridges.
If we wanted, no, but I thought if we wanted investigation into moving and doing, then that's the motion we should.
That's always comes back.
No, it's not killing. The option A was that we asked them to do investigation into other aspects of this.
They always do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna reiterate, folks, if there's no one that's here for the Adelaide Road, if you could give other people your seat, I'd appreciate it. Everybody's here from Mount Bridges?
Might be secrets I see, right? Everyone behind, sitting in me.
Right across.
No way. Have to do it in the gym.
See if everyone can crowd in and get everybody in. Okay, so just to reiterate to everybody, welcome, and I'm just gonna ask that, let's go through our process and you'll get your opportunity to ask your questions at the appropriate time. Now moving to public meeting number 3, the purpose of this public meeting is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 222-6 Adelaide Road, Mount Bridges. Motion to open the public meeting. Councilor Brennan, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams, you're presenting this one too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, so this is a rezoning application on the property, as you've mentioned, 2222, that's 4 2s, 6 Adelaide Road. It has frontage on Adelaide Road, Park House, and Allen Road. It is an application that is being...
Sure. Can somebody close the door, please? Thank you very much. Okay, continue. No worries.
Okay, so it's an application for rezoning to permit the C2 zone with site-specific amendments to that zone category. This is a property that is located in the southern part of Mount Bridges, and it would have, or it has access, as mentioned earlier, to Adelaide Road and Allen Road. The portion of the property that fronts onto Park House is not large enough to be considered anything other than the defined front yard of the property. And so some of the variations or deviations from the zoning bylaw relate specifically to that, and I'll get into that in short order. But as noted, this is the public meeting for this application, and we can move on to the next slide. The application received an open house in the past. The report gives details on the specifics of the site, but I will just note some of the details surrounding the proposal. So it is the applicant is proposing a rezoning of the property to allow a number of different uses, one of which is a restaurant. That's the proposal before council tonight for the public meeting. And as you can see on the plan, there is an access on Allen Road as well as one along Adelaide Road, with parking that's adjacent to those access points, and a drive-through that goes around the somewhat triangular building, which is the restaurant itself. There are a number of features within the proposal that would be secured as part of a site plan process if the application for rezoning were to be successful. Those are things that would be secured through that process, things like location of garbage, landscaping, the types of landscaping, and many other items surrounding that. This is a one-story building that's being proposed, and it would allow for people to eat in as well as do a drive-through. So I guess technically also takeout. So i.e. Park your car, walk in, order, receive food, come and leave as well. We can move on to the next. So as I mentioned, in terms of consultation, open house was held on June 25th, 2024. And there's been a number of comments received from the public at that meeting, as well as since that time. Comments were received even as recently as this afternoon relating to the project. And all of those comments are on file with the clerk and would be a part of the consideration of this application. Council will also note that they received some correspondence as early as or as most recently as this afternoon, as well as some at the end of the day on Friday as well. The remaining correspondence is found within my report. Unfortunately, I have to write that report early on, and so there's just not an ability for me to include those items, all of that correspondence in the report, but it is on file and part of the consideration for tonight. Staff have circulated the application as well as agencies, and there were a number of items that were raised through that circulation, and those can be distilled down into 4 different points. The stormwater outlet, the proposal at the moment shows that it would require additional infrastructure to be constructed on Park House. That work has not yet happened. We provided this comment to the applicants, and they have noted that they will look at providing infiltration and other means for dealing with stormwater management. We haven't got into those details at this point, but that was noted in our report. Servicing capacity, we needed some additional confirmation as to what the demand would be on sanitary services. Road widening details. The plan shows a road widening along Adelaide Road, which seems to be in line with the county's requirements. The Allen Road widening, we need some additional details, and that's going to require some title searches and alike to understand where the center line of road is and some details surrounding that. So there may be a requirement for additional road widening width there, and that conversation has begun. The last is we are going to need some additional justification for the queuing. Queuing is one of the requested, or one of the items that will need to be addressed. The requirement is for 6 cars to be behind the menu board. At this point, it appears it's either 3 or 4. It's debatable. And then there's also a request for a reduction in buffer areas, and we need some additional details surrounding that to better understand how that will occur, and then how it will be secured during the site plan process potentially. An additional point of consultation is tonight's public meeting, and there are members of the public that are here to speak to this item. So moving to the next slide, I think, yeah, policy and analysis. So from a provincial policy statement and a county official plan statement perspective, these are within a settlement boundary. They support economic expansion and commercial development. The local OP also designates this property commercial. That would include a restaurant. So already the official plan is in place looking for this property, as well as the property to the west of this. So that would be on the, if this is on the southeast corner, the southwest corner is also designated commercial and zone commercial on the west side. So I've talked already about the zoning bylaw amendment that's being requested. It's going from future development to a site-specific highway commercial, that's C2 zone category, and the development standards that are being sought to be changed. The front yard setback, the requirement is that it be between 1 and 6 meters. They're proposing a greater setback than that. That would require the building to be sort of brought up towards Park House. The landscape buffers are being requested to be reduced at the pinch point at the drive-through, and then also along the residential to the south. Accessory building setback and coverage, that is an incorrect item, that shouldn't be there. We've talked about the drive-through stacking and the parking requirement. They're asking for a reduction in parking. We can move to the next slide. So in terms of next steps, if we just go with the report, it's recommending that this be received for information purposes. If that were to happen, we would hear what members of the public have to say this evening. There's a potential for the applicant to make adjustments to respond to some of the comments that have been received to date. Those be agency, department, council, and members of the public. And then after, if changes are made, after that point, an evaluation report would come to council. Council will make a decision on that zoning bylaw amendment application, and there's a 20-day appeal period for zoning bylaw amendments. There are specific agencies that are permitted to make appeal. The public is not a permitted group to appeal, pardon me, a zoning bylaw amendments application as of the passing of Bill 185 in June 6th of 2024. So I would just leave it at that in terms of what the recommendation is of staff. I would note that council has the opportunity, and you've heard me say this before, so I'll just say there are three other options: that the information report be received and the item be deferred sine die, the information report be received and the application be denied, or information report be received and direct staff to provide other details when and if this item were to come back. So I'll leave it at that. I'm available for questions at the appropriate time.
Are there any comments in support of the proposed rezoning?
Through you, Mr. Worship. Good evening, everyone, staff, council, and members of the public in attendance here tonight. My name is Caitlin Crowley, Senior Planner with Zelinka Priamo. I am acting as the agent on behalf of Southside Group as the owners of the land subject to this application. I would first like to thank Tim Williams and Jennifer Huff for their continued work on this application process and for assisting with the public open house in June as well. I have read the staff report provided through the agenda and believe it does provide good background information on the project. I just wanted to add a few items for the neighbors and council information, as there were a few common issues brought up at the public open house that we hosted that I would just like to reiterate. So with regards to the perceived odor concerns, McDonald's does take professional measures to minimize odors from their restaurants. They use garbage enclosures.
I gotta do this early, okay? Well, can we do this here? Can we allow people to have some decorum and civility and not interject? That's my only request here tonight, okay? It's the only one that I have, so let everybody talk and we'll give everybody the respect they deserve.
Thank you. They use garbage enclosures to securely contain garbage and minimize litter on site, and their staff is diligent about loose garbage collection on site during their shifts. And the location of the site is on the edge of Mount Bridges, is an ideal location away from kind of higher densely populated areas. The site design for the McDonald's will utilize proper landscaping and fencing measures to minimize noise and visual impacts. Through the site plan approval process, different measures and sound barriers can be considered to maximize efficiency. These items have been heavily considered at this stage in the process. However, the finite details are for site plan approval, as we are not at that stage yet. To deal with potential traffic concerns, there may be infrastructure upgrades as discussed at the site plan approval stage. That would be implemented at the final design. Upgraded infrastructures could include new sidewalks along Adelaide and Allen Road, traffic lights at the corner of Adelaide Road, Allen Road, and Parkhouse Drive, and crosswalks at the new intersection. So we continue to work with staff on the road widening requirements. With regards to servicing, as Tim mentioned, our engineering consultants are working with staff to deal with these outstanding engineering matters, and we do hope to get those technical matters resolved. There were concerns raised regarding on-site parking. As the proposed development is a drive-through restaurant, the stacking spaces present in the drive-through lanes do act as additional parking spaces. While these spaces are not considered legal parking spaces for the purpose of the zoning bylaw, the drive-through lane does act as additional parking for vehicle capacity on site. And while we do understand that the zoning bylaw requires six spaces behind the menu board for drive-through restaurants, And the proposal does currently show 3 to 4 behind the menu board. There is space for minimal queuing on site in the parking lot, so we hope to avoid any queuing on Allen Road. And although the landscape strip is slightly smaller than the requirement of the zoning bylaw, it should be noted that that is only a small portion of the landscape strip that is below the requirement. And the proposed 1 meter can still maintain the intent of the requirement for the landscape strip and does still provide adequate space for landscape plantings. It was determined by McDonald's that smaller markets in rural Ontario have become a very feasible area for expansion of new McDonald's drive-through restaurants. It is anticipated that the drive-through will be 24 hours and the storefront will close at midnight. However, market demands and a lot of different factors may alter that. That is currently what market demands show. And as everyone is aware, there is a Tim Hortons in Mount Bridges already, and that drive-through is surrounded by residential dwellings, but does function cohesively in the neighborhood and is believed to be a benefit and convenience to most residents. The proposed McDonald's is not that much different and does provide an added convenience to Mount Bridges in a location with less surrounded single detached dwellings. Other commercial uses, such as a grocery store, have not been considered for this site, as the subject lands do not have the space to appropriately accommodate a grocery store and its associated parking. We do believe that there is room in Mount Bridges for both small businesses and convenience commercial alike, such as McDonald's, in a town that continues to grow and continues to bring in new residences. So I would just like to thank everyone for their time this evening. I am available to answer any questions after everyone else has had a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to comments in opposition to the proposed rezoning. I know there are a number of people who wish to speak tonight. So in order to get some semblance of organization, the clerk will call your name. We'll do those in person first, then we'll move to those in Zoom. And a reminder, 5 minutes, folks.
All right, thank you, Chair. And to reiterate what the Chair has said, we will move through the registered in-person participants first, then the registered Zoom participants, and then we will open it up to unregistered participants who may be in attendance. The first registered participant for in-person is Katie Gatehouse. Katie, are you here and wish to speak?
Okay, my name is Katie Gatehouse, and I'm here with my mom, Jude Gatehouse. And we live beside the proposed area, about 10 to 12 feet where this McDonald's is going to be. For us, we've only lived there 8 years, but we've seen probably daily accidents or screeching of tires. It's already a dangerous intersection, and this is going to be a nightmare. For us, it is personal. We live there. We came to Mount Bridges and we bought in this beautiful little hamlet, and it's going to be totally destroyed by the smell of garbage, 24-hour drive-through. I provide palliative care to my father right now. His only joy in life is sitting outside and enjoying the nice, serene nature, and that's going to be all destroyed and taken away from us. My mom's main retirement investment was this home, and we have a document right here from our real estate agent. Our property value will be dropping between $50,000 to $100,000, and we will be forced to move if McDonald's does come. Thank you.
Thank you.
And June, we do have you registered as well. Do you also wish to speak?
She's gonna pass.
Oh, thank you. Glenn Destillo and Carla Destillo.
Hello. Reasons against a 24-hour drive-through McDonald's restaurant with 2 drive-through lanes and with 2 order windows with loudspeakers next to my house. The idea being brought forward to install a 24-hour drive-through with 2 order window loudspeakers at the intersection of Allen and Park House is simply dumb. People that live on Mount Bridges did not move here for the amenities. They moved here to get away from the amenities. You can find anything you know in London and Strathroy. We did not move to rural Mount Bridges for jobs. Approval of this application would mean an increase in noise which would be disruptive to residents in many ways. The two 24-hour drive-through loudspeakers with their high decibel levels echoing throughout the neighborhood while customers place orders. Loud delivery trucks and garbage collection with their reverse normal beep signal noises. Loud mufflers and car stereos while in the two drive-through lanes and parking lot. Disturbances from car horns coming from impatient drive-through customers. Customers yelling out their orders. The potential for late-night loitering impacting the immediate neighbors and their safety. Neighbors would be disturbed by the brightly lit colored McDonald's signage and the large elevated golden arches that would intrude upon houses. The non-stop orders of used cooking oil and french fries being right from the restaurant's kitchen would be annoying to the whole neighborhood. There would be increased traffic congestion on all roads leading to McDonald's, especially during peak hours. The poor planning and proposed reduction in spaces behind the menu board in the McDonald's drive-through lanes from 6 to 3 will also result in the drive-through lanes extending onto Allen Road. Safety risks for pedestrians, children, school buses, and cyclists due to increased vehicular traffic at an intersection with multiple connecting roads and residential driveways. There would also be negative environmental impacts, including an increase in litter from fast food packaging scattered throughout the neighborhood, elevated air pollution from vehicles idling in a two drive-through lanes day and night, detrimental effects on local wildlife, an influx of mice, rats, and other rodents attracted to McDonald's garbage bins, which would be located close to residential backyards. It's clear that homeowners in the immediate vicinity would face unavoidable financial losses in the value of their properties due to the close proximity of a noisy, smelly, and disruptive 24-hour McDonald's drive-thru. City planners, staff, and councilors must explore alternative locations that are more suitable for commercial establishments and advocate for zoning regulations that prioritize residential areas over commercial developments. The environmental residents and taxpayers collectively have concerns that we have a desire to maintain the integrity and tranquility of our neighborhood. The inclusion of multiple bylaw variance requests in this application suggests that this location is unsafe and unsuitable for a restaurant. It feels like an attempt to fit a square peg into a round hole. We strongly oppose the construction of a McDonald's in our neighborhood. We say no.
So being the patient guy I am, I'll let that go this time and we had to get it out of your, but can I ask you don't do that again? Just fair to everybody. I knew it would happen once, so, but I expected it, so. Yeah, already.
Kathy McCall.
Oh, I'm not gonna say anything because he said it all.
Okay.
He said everything I was gonna say.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
But I have been in the area for 43 years, the one and only. So I know what's going on around there.
Okay. Thanks, Kathy.
All right, Mike, and I apologize, Takai, Desai?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
You're fine? Okay, thank you, Mike. Leo Hoofnagels.
Thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councils. Hello, my name is Leo Hoofnagels. My family and I have lived on Bentham Road in Mount Bridges since 2005. I'm here today to protest against the proposed McDonald's restaurant at Adelaide Road, Parkhouse Drive, and Allen Road. Just the thought of this makes my family sick to our stomachs of what this would mean to our home and beloved neighborhood. Firstly, the safety of residents and visitors should be everyone's priority. The corner of Adelaide and Parkhouse Drive, with intersections at Allen Road and Bentham Road, simply makes the proposed location for a McDonald's a travesty. The amount of traffic this would create with existing school bus stops for our children, pedestrians, coupled with bicycles and vehicular traffic, would make a catastrophe waiting to happen. Adding a traffic light at the corner would only add to the dilemma, backing up traffic along Allen Road and Bentham Road intersections. Throw in a few crosswalks, and it doesn't take an intelligent person to understand this location is not suitable for for the proposal. I can only imagine the negative impact this would have on our property value. I'm quite sure we don't need a study to determine our property value would plummet with McDonald's as my neighbor. The pollution will also come in many forms. Trash strewn across our village would be seen and felt by residents and travelers alike. Also, large trash bins are bound to create unnecessary wildlife such as raccoons, rodents, mice, as well as unwanted odors. Light pollution is another issue neighborhoods would suffer from. A large McDonald's sign towering over our homes, parking lot lighting, as well as constant glare from the building itself. The noise of bustling cars, adults and children, loudspeakers from the down drive-through window is yet another reason to keep this established out of a residential neighborhood. Most importantly, the smell. Let's not pretend McDonald's, the garbage bins, are the only foul odor that will be emitted from this location. The repulsive, disgusting stink that comes from McDonald's is physically sickening. The heavy smell and grease emanating from its deep fryers is indescribably volatile. The thought of my family and friends being outside my home, enjoying my yard and nature around me with that putrid smell would make it unbearable. That is my number one concern, of which no McDonald's can control, other than its location, which is the reason this makes no sense, the location. With regards to variance changes that would occur, this would infringe even further upon neighboring residents. Reducing the amount of required parking also makes clear my point, not the suitable location. Reduced parking and variances will have people driving and parking on the shoulders of the road, creating more congestion and traffic safety concerns. Making it clear there just isn't enough land for such a large project in the specified area. The Lethbridge's sewer systems and waste plants are obsolete. Showing the distress of McDonald's, this addition would be ridiculous at this point. As stated, a long-time resident who has been bypassed from hookup to town sewage due to being constantly overridden by new developments and projects. What are the evidence? The stress put on Parkhouse Drive would also be a ticking time bomb. This is a tar and chip county road with two bad intersections. It simply cannot withstand Highway 402 volumes of traffic. The gateway around bridges for the 402 is Glen Drive. Clearly, this is where commercial development of this nature should be headed. Please show respect our pleas for common sense and sanity in regards to any proposal bylaw changes or violations that will propel this movement forward. I implore you to hear and observe our village residents' voice. Please put a stop to this before it gains any more traction. Thank you for your time and support. I would also like to ask, at the end of this, if we could have every council member, the planning committee, everybody answer questions and what their opinions are on this, so we know who's in favor of this and who's in favor of this. Great idea. Thank you very much.
The next registered participant is Linda Patton. Is Linda present?
No, she's not, sorry.
The next registered participant is Audrey Gervais. I have Audrey, Stephen, and Eric Gervais.
Hello, my name is Audrey Gervais and I live on Parkhouse Drive and I'm third from Adelaide Road. So I just want to say that Allen Road is like a gravel road. There's going to have to be a lot of stuff done to it before, you know, it's actually going to be workable for traffic to go in and out of this McDonald's. And anyway, I wasn't even thinking about the noise and the lighting and all that stuff. But I've lived in my house for at least 27 years, and the people that drive by my house, and I'm only the third house on Park House, how fast they go back and forth. It's a wonder half of them make it to the stop sign there. The speed limit is 50. Nobody does that. About 1 in 75 might obey the speed limit. So that's another concern of mine. We're gonna have so much traffic going back and forth, just going to this little space where this McDonald's is gonna be. When I first moved in, there was a little tiny house there, and they wanna put a McDonald's in? Like, that's ridiculous. I just think it's not fair to the neighbors that have to face them. My neighbor, Merrick, Janikowski, and Katie, it's ridiculous. I just wanted to say that with the traffic there, we're gonna have all kinds of accidents and things like that. You're gonna have to put a stoplight in. That's all I have to say, really. It's just, doesn't seem right.
Thank you, Audrey.
Stephen Gervais?
She spoke for us.
Okay. And for Eric?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Alex Weston?
Honestly, I was getting ready to come up here and talk about traffic, but it seems everybody else has kind of covered it. The odor is a huge concern, obviously. You all know when you drive past McDonald's in Strath here, you can smell it from one end of the street to the other. You've seen the garbage, I've seen the garbage, even Tim Hortons can't handle the garbage in Mount Bridges. But the most important thing, I think, I forget which one brought it up, is people don't move to Mount Bridges to have McDonald's and all these conveniences and stuff. We move there to be able to enjoy nature, get a little bit of fresh air, get some sunshine every once in a while, you know? Have a campfire in the backyard, have a beer with the boys, not, you know, all this. I don't know. I'm not too good at this, but that's all I've got to say.
You're right.
The next registered in-person participant is Julie McDonald. Julie? The next registered in-person participant is Betty Fay.
I wasn't going to speak, just to attend.
Next registered in-person participant is Dan Unch.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. I love a good burger, and I've said before, Mount Bridges needs a burger place. You can't buy a burger during the day, and that's sad for a town like Mount Bridges. The problem is that McDonald's there is going to create Strathroy-Caradoc freeway on Park House Drive. You live in Glencoe, you want to go home, get a burger? 2.6 kilometers to there from the 402 exchange. 4.8 if you go through Mount Bridges. Which way is Glencoe person going to go? Park House Drive. You live in Melbourne, you're coming home, Park House Drive. You live in Delaware, and you're going that way, Park House Drive. I'm sure that McDonald's is only building that McDonald's there for the people of Mount Bridges. They're not going to build it for anyone coming from the 402. 402 is going to be using Park House Drive. You use this, Google Maps, you use Waze, it sends you right down Park House Drive. I went down Park House Drive 3, 4, 5 times the last weekend. I would like any counselor here to make a left-hand turn off of Troops Road onto Park House Drive, and then make that turn with 4 or 5 times as much traffic. I made that turn and I almost got an accident. There's 9 blind hills on Park House Drive. There's 4 turns. You have a canopy, a forest canopy at the eastern part of it. During the winter, if you salt, the sun never hits it. You're gonna have some slippery roads there. It's gonna be Strathroy-Caradoc Freeway. If you're prepared for that, I challenge you guys to make a left-hand turn off of Troops Road onto Park House Drive. I want all of you to make that turn. I don't want you to get a counselor, a consultant. I want you to make that turn. I want you to go there, to Troops Road, and make a left-hand turn onto Park House. I want you to tell me how safe that turn is. I drive to Mount Bridges. I live in London now. I manage a pharmacy in Mount Bridges. I have driven 22 years from London to Mount Bridges. I'm not against McDonald's, but everyone's gonna make a left-hand turn in Parkhouse. No one's gonna go downtown Mount Bridges and go back to McDonald's. You should see the traffic. They're not sure if they should make a left on 402. Then they go a little farther. They're not sure if they should make a left on Parkhouse. You know that traffic's coming around that blind corner. You know what I'm talking about there. They don't know what they're gonna do. Has anyone considered about the traffic on Parkhouse Drive and Glendon? Not really. I've seen about the study. How about the study of the traffic to get to the McDonald's? How are people gonna get to the McDonald's? They're not driving through Mount Bridges. They are not driving through Mount Bridges. They're using this. And it's gonna take them right down Parkhouse Drive. Like I say, 4 or 5 times as much traffic. Every second Saturday, fourth Saturday, you have traffic going to the municipal waste site. I know those are all fast-moving vehicles that go to that site. Combines, tractors, gravity wagons, Parkhouse Drive. You tell me, like I say, I'd like everybody here to make a left-hand turn off Troops Road to Parkhouse Drive, and then tell me how safe the road is. I'm throwing it out there. I want to throw it out there. If you want to make that turn, you tell me. Don't get a consultant. Do it yourself. And then tell me how safe it is. I'm done.
So just interject, I know when to give it up. We just keep it down a little bit, folks. I know when to give up. Let's just kind of keep it down a little.
The next registered in-person participant is Scott Haslett.
Your Worship, councillors, we've got several families here from Campbellville, and none of us want to see McDonald's in Mount Bridges. It's not the place. It's not the place at that location. If it's going to be a place, put it on Glendon, where you have Mount Bridges Fort, where you have the plaza. It shouldn't be in a residential area. Not at all. I'm a realtor. And I sold Kate and her mom that house that they're talking about right on Allen Road. Their property values are going to plummet because of that. It's terrible. This has to be rethought out. It's not a great location. And I'm really surprised with Southside wanting to put that there. I'm just shocked. That's all I have to say.
Money.
Good job.
We'll now turn to our registered Zoom participants. So the first registered Zoom participant is Julie McKenzie. Julie, are you on the line and do you wish to speak? The next registered Zoom participant is Susanna Hoofnagels. Suzanne, I believe I see you there. Do you wish to speak?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to voice an opinion. I would like to go on record that I do oppose the McDonald's going on this corner. I was very interested in hearing the mayor's point of view on my FM radio, and I was actually really surprised to hear that there's not very much commercial area to consider in Mount Bridges. And I'm wondering, if we're looking at expanding Mount Bridges, how do we get more commercial area for places like McDonald's outside of an area that we have to do so many rezonings, so many, looking at so many different bylaws and having to adjust all of that. I just think that, like mentioned, fitting a square peg into a round hole, you're trying to do too much in a small space in a residential area. What I can say is I, again, like to go on record just to reiterate, the emissions, the garbage, the noise, the signage. Not looking forward to being able to sit in my backyard and see a big M hanging out in the sky from my backyard. I'd like for you to reconsider the location of this McDonald's. Thank you.
The next Zoom participant is Taylor Genglias. I see a Taylor on the call.
You're up, Taylor.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to voice our concerns. My name is Taylor and this is my partner, Julian. We moved to Mount Bridges just over a year ago. Between my commute to Victoria Hospital and Julian's to Fanshawe College, Mount Bridges has been the perfect location away from the hustle and bustle of city life, but it's close enough to all major conveniences. We both fell in love with the village character of Mount Bridges and its community. When we heard this year about the proposal for McDonald's, it was extremely disheartening. I immediately started an online petition, which now has over 400 signatures in opposition. We attended the developer open house and are speaking now here today. At the developer open house, it was mentioned that McDonald's approached the developer looking for, quote unquote, an area close to the 402. Please do not reduce this community for being a pit stop for the 402. There is so much more that can be done to meet the needs of the community, both short and long term. Yes, McDonald's would provide potential economic opportunities, but at the severe cost of the community well-being and quality of life. This zoning proposal includes amending the bylaws in order to fit this development into a small pie-shaped area. McDonald's does not fit into this community, both literally, as seen by these amendments, and figuratively. Look at the residents you have here tonight in opposition. This development is potentially going to be on a very busy corner in the middle of a residential area, potentially compromising the safety of residents and pedestrians, and disrupting the homes in the surrounding area just to squeeze in a fast food drive-through restaurant. To be clear, we are not against development. We feel it is necessary to sustain a growing community. However, we strongly believe that this development does not align with the municipal strategic plan. Specifically, it does not improve our community well-being and quality of life and community safety. As residents of this municipality, we should all strive to do more than just meet the basic needs of commercial and economic development. There is so much more for what can be done for Mount Bridges and what it can become, and condemning it to a pit stop off of the 402 would be a disservice on so many levels. I wanted to speak to the developers tonight. We have looked at your website, which includes an impressive number of business partners, and you have over 100 partners listed online. Interestingly, 2 of your core values mention safety and community. To quote directly from the developer's website, safety is the most important of our core values. It is our first priority. And involvement in and support of the community are at the heart of us. We, as the community, are strongly opposed to this development of McDonald's, and we urge the developers to reconsider the proposal and instead build something less disruptive to the community and surrounding area. Ideally, one that does not involve amending zoning bylaws, compromising the safety of residents and pedestrians, and disrupting homes in the surrounding area just to squeeze something in where it does not fit. And more specifically, something that does not include a drive-through fast food restaurant. We sincerely hope that our concerns outlined here today and in our letter carry some weight in the council's decision. We sincerely hope that the developer is willing to compromise and build something more beneficial and less disruptive to the community. Thank you.
The next registered Zoom participant is Robert from Yersh. Robert, I see you there. Are you ready to speak?
Can you hear us, Robert?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, I couldn't unmute till the host unmuted me, so thank you.
There you go.
Good evening, everyone. Robert Vermeersch here, 33-year resident of Park House Drive. Just wanted to echo the concerns, and Dan obviously said it very well. Park House, with its narrow and winding roads, isn't safe for the current increased traffic levels experienced today. Adding a fast food restaurant so close to the 402 will increase traffic down Park House 24/7 on a road that just isn't suitable for highway traffic flow. I'm just wondering what sort of thought has gone into having such volume pass through Park House when it's not safe in its current state. And as Dan echoed, trying to turn left off of Troops onto Park House is just not a safe venture. That'll prove to anyone who's questioning it that it's just not a safe road, and adding a pit stop for a fast food restaurant off the highway would just increase that safety tenfold. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
The next registered Zoom participant is Jennifer Adams. Jennifer, are you there, and do you wish to speak?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to reiterate what Dan and Robert have mentioned. We live on Troops Road, and it is extremely dangerous turning left onto Park House. It doesn't matter what side of Troops you're coming from, it is very dangerous. We have relatively young drivers in the home, and we're always worried about them. In addition, the turning lanes coming from Glendon onto Park House, people already don't know how to use those. They'll go into the turning lane for Park House when they're really turning onto the 402. So the increase in traffic is definitely not a good idea. We also call this area kind of the Bermuda Triangle. There have been so many vehicular collisions and several deaths, and we really don't want to see any more. So we definitely oppose it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
The next registered Zoom participant is Jennifer Bint. I see a Jennifer on the call. Do you wish to speak at this time? Jennifer, I see you're unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, hi, Jennifer Bin?
Okay, you can hear me, thank you.
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you very much for giving me, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've spoken to a couple of the councillors, and in regards to the Park House, I've been told that they are already looking at the engineering of redoing all of Park House Drive. So the traffic, yes, would be increased. What I would like to propose, or I'd like to discuss with the planning department themselves, is if we could actually just hold everything off for the McDonald's until the boundaries are redone for all of Mount Bridges, and increase all of the commercial area that we need, so that we can have the proper tax base, so that we can actually stick the McDonald's over on Glendon Drive where it has the proper traffic flow. This way then you have people coming off the 402 already going to Strathroy or wherever else. Glendon Drive just made more sense in regards to sticking McDonald's over that way. Possibly then, if we have more commercial, we could get a grocery store over in that area. Or eventually, if they do stick an arena or build another arena, we can have it over in that way. Putting the McDonald's in this little pie-shaped lot, I live on Allen, and I do not want to be stuck in my driveway because everybody is queuing onto Allen, or from Allen into the McDonald's parking lot to order their food. The smell and everything else that everybody else has brought up, the speaker noise. I moved to Mount Bridges to have a nice quiet area. We don't need McDonald's right here on this corner. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jennifer.
The next registered Zoom participant is Larry Moffat. Larry, I see you on the Zoom, and we'll unmute you here.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor a lot of the points that have been made. I certainly feel the same way in many respects to this thing, and I'm not a anti-development person in any way here, but I think, as we look at all of the things that have been raised up to this point so far, my big concern is around the fact that they're not just looking for one minor variance here or zoning amendment. They're actually asking for what I kind of lost count, but up to 7 different variances and amendments to one piece of property. I think that goes to the point that people have made here that I think they are trying to put a development in an area that was never ever designed for it. So whether you're using a description of a square peg in a round hole or whatever, it certainly is one that I think that speaks to that. You've got a small 1 acre sliver of land here, and with all the things that are going around it from a residential perspective, it's going to change the whole quality and character of that neighborhood, and that's not really what the official plan ever speaks to. So I think from that standpoint, just that alone should be enough to cancel this particular project. My concern, as well as everything else has been spoken to at this point, is really not so much even on Parkhouse, but the fact that they're going to be putting an entranceway on an Allen Road. My concern is the amount of traffic that's going to flow along Allen Road as people determine that that's where the entrance is to come in the most convenient way. So is that also going to cause issues with delivery trucks that are going to be using that as a thoroughfare instead of Adelaide, and then having to come back and turn in onto Allen Road to get access to it? I think that, again, right now that's predominantly a road that's residential, some agricultural, and even a daycare at the far end. Do we really want to end up having that much traffic flow through that area? And again, as other people have mentioned, nobody sticks to the speed limit along any of those roads. So now you're just adding another element of a potential serious accident that could affect small children as well. So I think, as they look at the opportunities that are there for the developer of it, my understanding is that there's already a site plan approval for a residential area for seniors that's right next door. Why not extend that, give that a few more square meters of property to expand on that, rather than trying to squeeze a commercial operation into such a small segment of property. So from my perspective, I think that this whole thing would be better utilized in a different capacity than what's being suggested in this proposal here. It just doesn't make sense, as other people have stated as well. So that's my comment, and hopefully the council will see fit to disapprove this.
Thanks, Larry.
The next registered Zoom participant is Karen Carnes. Karen, I don't see you on the call, but put up your hand if you're there. The next registered Zoom participant is Max Travelnik. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I believe I see you there on the call. So Max, this would be your opportunity to speak if you wish. The next registered Zoom participant is Cassandra Hudson. I don't believe I see you on the call, Cassandra, but put up your hand. The next registered Zoom participant is Cindy Reed. Cindy, I see you on the call. Do you wish to speak at this time?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I do not wish to speak at this time.
Thank you, Cindy. The next registered Zoom participant is Victoria Rawson. Victoria, I don't see you on the call, but we'll give you a moment to put up your hand if you are there. Okay. And the last registered Zoom participant, is Susan Fisher. Susan, I see you there. Do you wish to speak at this time?
I think everything pretty much has been said. My concern is simply the overall plan.
It seems silly with some of the development that's being proposed for housing in Mount Bridges that we only have 2 commercial spots. And I think once the whole plan goes in place, then it makes more sense to decide what should go where. Thank you.
So Chair, that brings us to the end of our registered in-person and Zoom participants, so I'll hand it back over to you.
All right, comments and questions from members of council?
Oh, you got somebody left behind here.
Oh, did we? The straggler? There we go. Okay.
Good evening, Sharon Sparling, Council. 37 years in Mount Bridges, and I live in the center of downtown, and I can go north 10 minutes to McDonald's, and I can go east 10 minutes to McDonald's. I don't see the need for one in our community at all, besides all the other things my neighbors have mentioned. Thank you.
And I do apologize, if anybody who wasn't registered likes to speak, so please. Yep. Just ask you to introduce yourself.
Worship Council, my name is Rob Healy. I live on Troops Road, just north of Park House. 2 homes. I recently severed a corner of the property there, and a portion was expropriated from me for a redesign of the Park House Drive. I've had concerns for the traffic since 2019. I've sent emails to the prior council, the speed, 50, and it changes at Mill Road to 80. Going through that dip at Park House and Troops, I had a daughter that lived in the southwest corner. We all know, we could back it up to Dan. You can't make that corner. She ended up going another way. It's just the traffic. And now I've recently, 2021, sent emails to my council member to bring it up. It's just been lip service. Oh, well, look, we'll send it to council. We'll send it to roads. We'll have the police sit out there at 11 o'clock in the morning. You want to be there at 7 when everybody's heading east. Zoom, 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 zoom. You want to be there at 4 o'clock when they're going west. Zoom, 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 zoom. When we first moved there 18 years ago, I said to my wife, there's going to better be a 911 box here. Seriously. And if we're laying in bed and you can hear screeching tires, you think, should I go out and check or not? And the second issue I have is the wastewater management. We all know the problem here in Mount Bridges, and you're not gonna lie. You know, McDonald's is gonna contribute to that in large. So, and I do, and I'll help direct traffic if you'd like to come and do that as Dan. The loose gravel, you hear it all the time, and you have to do it. You have to do it to get out of that. To make a left, to go westbound on Park House, like everyone says, is impossible. Going east, not so bad. But you crack your window down, you count to 4, and you go. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, I apologize. Anyone else wish to speak? Yep.
I think Fred Kilgore. I think we've all got many of the same concerns with putting a McDonald's. I don't know how much power the council has to stop a legitimate business from going into a spot, but I do know you have the power to consider all of the amendments and variants that the planner for the developer wants just to squeeze McDonald's on that property. I think you need to consider those amendments. I'd also like to address it as a person that was a salaried manager for McDonald's a few years ago, and a comment the planner made about excuse me, diligence on cleaning up the garbage. That diligence depends on the franchisee they get and the quality of managers they get in there. And from what I've seen in the City of London these years, there isn't much diligence, because you never see an owner-operator in there. You never see a manager out on the parking lot checking for garbage. And I've sat in there in the area for half hour, 45 minutes, we were expected to be out into the area every 15 minutes minimum. So we don't need to talk about diligence picking up garbage. I'd also like to address some of the noise concerns. You will get 18-wheelers delivering product to that store at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, twice a week, because that's when they make their deliveries. And I guess that's all I'd like to contribute.
Thank you.
Yeah, Owen Sullivan. You guys have been sitting here listening to all what we have to say. I think you know what the consensus is for Mount Bridges. We don't want McDonald's, period. We don't care whether you want to think on that end, the other end. We're just happy without one, and we just like to stay like that. You can have your McDonald's here all you want, enjoy it. Ones in London, enjoy it. I don't even eat at McDonald's. I know, Dan, you said you like to have a decent burger. Well, they don't cook one.
I think that might be a good note to end it on. Yep. Is there anyone on Zoom who wants to speak?
If there's anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak, you may raise your virtual hand.
Now move to comments and questions from members of council. Deputy Mayor.
Since I haven't been using my mic tonight, I guess I should probably start. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the gallery and everybody else that's listening. I'll just say that to kind of wrap this up, I do want to say that to be clear, staff did not bring this concept of a McDonald's at this location. Council did not bring this forward. This has been brought forward by the developer and their client, apparently McDonald's. So that's how this comes in front of us this evening. I'll also mention that some have asked about Glendon Drive, and I'm not going to comment too much about that other than to say, if you followed any of our council meetings, you know we are involved in the urban boundary expansion, and that is not complete yet, and hopefully we complete that soon. In listening to everything, and I've heard everything that everybody in this gallery has said, and those who have contacted me by email or text, telephone, I've heard everything that you said, and it's the same story, really, regardless of who I'm talking to. I hear you, everything that you're saying. I essentially see this as trying to shoehorn this development into too small of a parcel of land, or as the second speaker, a gentleman over here in the blue, had mentioned, you're trying to put a square peg into a round hole. I think Mr. Hoofenagels said it well and used his enunciation of the words at the appropriate time about the odor, the garbage, the land development or the property development and how that would affect his property value. What I will say is I've heard that most of all that the citizens are not in favor of this. I haven't heard anybody that is in favor of it. And quite honestly, I'm not in favor of it. I think it is not, it's not an amendment process that I could support.
Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Derbyshire and Councillor Pelton.
All right, thank you. I guess I'm just gonna go forward and say, I've heard from everybody, I don't live there, I don't live in the vicinity of it, but from emails and this and that, you know, I kind of get where we're going here, and I don't know if this is the appropriate spot, but I'd like to put it forward with a motion to receive this for information, and then to, whatever that Spanish word was you used there, Tim, I'd like to put that motion forward. So if that's option A, B, whatever option that one was, I would put that.
Thanks, Councillor. I was gonna ask to have those read back, so can you read back the 4 options?
Certainly. So it's receiving the report for information purposes. Number 2 was receive the report for information purposes and defer the application sine die, which means indefinitely. Information report received and deny, information report and direct staff in whatever manners be necessary.
Okay, so I will receive for information and then deny. That would be the motion.
Okay, just to clarify, I just want to clarify, Counselor, is that the sign and deny or deny totally? Just- Yep, okay, we will, yep. So we'll complete the public meeting first, Counselor, then we'll.
Okay, sorry,
Nope, that's okay. We were gonna get
know
there.
if that was the time.
Counselor Hippel?
Thank you. It's just a comment, and I'm very excited that that's the road we're gonna go down. But I do have a question. One of the big issues when we always talk, and this had nothing, McDonald's wasn't even on the horizon at this point, we've always been discussing traffic. And there was a gentleman, and I can't remember who it was, that said, you know, he'd been speaking to us for many years about this. And what can we do and what can't we do? I mean, I think this is something, not at this very second, because we're not talking about that right now. But obviously moving forward, we really need to fix the traffic issue. I mean, this is huge. If everyone has been this worried, and I've been down there many times, I don't live right there. I live obviously just slightly outside of Mount Bridges. But at the same time, I mean, this is something we need to address ASAP. So I guess that is my only comment on that before we get to our vote.
Okay. Anyway, Counselor Balkman, did you still have a question? Sorry, Counselor.
It's not a question. I was on the public meeting that the developer put on, and I told the people at that time that I was gonna do my research, and so I did research, and I felt like I should tell them what I heard, just to try and get some of the information out there. The first off, I want to thank everyone for being respectful on Facebook. There's been a lot of stuff put towards the staff about that they're predetermining what Mount Bridges can and can't have, and that's not their job. You know, a private developer brought it forward. They didn't solicit it, and as the deputy mayor said, it's here because a private developer brought it forward. Nothing to do with our staff. They're just doing their job and following the process. When I first heard that McDonald's I was totally for it, but I was gonna do some research of my own. The people that I've talked to that I know in Mount Bridges are about 50-50. There are certainly some people in Mount Bridges that would like to see maybe a McDonald's with something there, and it would be a start for new commercial was the terms that I heard. The gentleman who talked about the franchise owner who worked for McDonald's is certainly right on the money. That I think when you look at the Strathroy McDonald's, it's always clean, the property's clean, but I've been to other McDonald's that aren't. So he's definitely right there, and that's something that plays in my head. As far as the comments about what you can and can't have in a community, some people may remember that Stratford tried to keep Walmart out because they didn't feel they wanted it in the community, and they failed. That was a pretty expensive and drawn-out legal battle. My brother lives in a community in Alberta that was trying to make itself a true Western town, and they wanted everything to be Western related and theme related, and they couldn't keep a McDonald's out either, but what they could control is how it looked. So I just, if, for instance, this proposal was put across the street on the land that we had kept as commercial on the same corner, none of this discussion would be happening because there would be no variances. It's on commercial property. It would probably have
proper side limits, and I think, when I was thinking about it, about whether or not it was an appropriate spot, Dan, the first time I met you, I thought you were a larger than life character, but you nailed it right on the spot. The McDonald's probably already knows how many burgers they're gonna sell and who's gonna buy. I don't believe they're counting on the 402 traffic, but I do believe they're counting on the traffic that's coming from London to go home. And that's, Dan, where I think you were absolutely right. All those people are gonna come down Park House if they're coming from Oxford Street. But there'll be a significant portion that'll come from the Delaware way. But either way, it is gonna increase the traffic at the corner, but that's not something we're gonna avoid. There's gonna be increased traffic at that corner eventually. And haven't yet seen the design of how that intersection is gonna look when we finally redo Park House, or even what that time frame is. But as far as the variances that they're asking for, some of them are just related because it's a corner lot, and those ones I can kind of live with. The parking spaces, so I decided to attend McDonald's in Strathroy to see what the parking was like at various times. So I went 3 times. There was 10, 12, and 16 cars in the parking lot. Clearly, and from my own usage, I never eat there. I go through the drive-through. That's where the vast majority of their business is through the drive-through. So the queuing portion is something that I would want resolved before I could even say yes to that location. I talked to the neighbors, the immediate neighbors. The one I couldn't get a hold of, but I did talk to one. The other one, I'm surprised I didn't get a visit from a police officer, because they had a doorbell with a camera on it, and I stood there for quite a while to listen to the noise. And wasn't as loud as I thought it was gonna be. On the neighbor on across from the police station, I could hear the cars quite plainly there, and the speakers. On the other one, all I could hear was Caradoc Street. I couldn't even hear McDonald's. But the one thing that neighbor said that stuck in my mind and has possibly changed, I just talked to him yesterday afternoon, was after people get their food, in his words, they don't give a shit about how they drive out of there. And it makes it very hard for him at times to get out of his driveway. So that one really stuck to me, because as I'm looking at the possible exit points, you have a similar situation to what you have in Strathroy, in that, if you're exiting onto Caradoc Street, sometimes you gotta kind of make a run for it. And when I'm looking at the drive-through, I think that's where people are gonna exit, is onto Adelaide Road. And you may have a similar situation where people are gonna have to, to make a run for it. And I fought long and hard for stoplights at Head and Metcalf because of that situation, where you gotta kind of make a run for it, and it gets dangerous. So I think as far as McDonald's at Mount Bridges, I don't think that we have the power and the ability to stop that. We do have the ability to control some things, as the last speaker said. I guess because of that exit scenario alone, I do have an issue with that.
Yeah. Any other questions? Councillor Canis.
Just a quick comment as well. I mean, I think we've all heard the concerns about the roads in the area and the traffic, and I think those are all very legitimate concerns, and certainly they've swayed my thinking. I just want to speak on supporting McDonald's, the company, because I do think, I hope that they'll be welcomed in Mount Bridges somewhere in perhaps a more suitable area in the future, because I do think they're a good corporate citizen. I know they, here in Strathroy, what they provide to the community, both in terms of charitable donations, Ronald McDonald House, all of the things they run, the jobs that they provide to young people and seniors, part-time jobs. I do believe they're a good solid employer and a good corporate citizen. And the developer has a very sterling reputation as well, and they do good work in our community and in the community surrounding us. So I support turning down this application because of where it is and the traffic concerns that were outlined. And I think those are the park house thing. I think it's a very legitimate concern, and I have tried to. I went on Troops about a year ago to try to make a turn because of a variance or a severance application, and it's an awful intersection, and adding more traffic to it will only make it worse. So I think we have to come up with a solution to that. But by the same token, I hope that McDonald's will one day be in Mount Bridges, because I do think they would be a good corporate addition to the community.
Okay. Any more? Councillor Wilson.
I got a couple just to go on here, and this is more to the planning, just asking about process and what happens if we do turn it down, which sounds like it's probably going to happen. Would we be able to ask the proponent of this to upgrade more of Park House? I know we've got studies done, we've got a year-long study on Park House and Troops intersection that should actually be completed in the next month or so. Would we be able to have the developer front-end load part of that to upgrade the road? And the follow-up question to that, if this is denied, what are the next steps? What's going to go happening? And my concern, if it's denied, so I'm thinking if it gets approved and we ask for all the different things we're looking for the traffic, the intersection upgrades, all the different upgrades we're asking for, we're likely to get that because McDonald's wants to come to Mount Bridges. However, if we deny it and it goes to the OLT and it gets approved, how likely are we to get any of those? And then will the municipality be on the hook for all of the upgrades of Park House, all of the traffic lights, all of the things that we say we need for this restaurant to come in? Are we going to have to pay for that because we said no? Could I get some feedback and just thoughts from the planners on that?
Fair question.
That's a very complicated question. And so I think what we need to understand is that if there are items that are directly related to the success of the zoning bylaw amendment, that those things would need to carry forward through the OLT or as part of a site plan process. So we've learned from other applications and other discussions that they have to be directly related to the need for that development to move forward in order for them to be a part of contribution or alike. So, you know, the traffic lights, let's say, for example, just as an example, and that's even a little bit complicated with county DCs and other DCs and all that sort of stuff, but I'll use it as an example without that part attached. There's base traffic that's occurring there now. There's future traffic that may occur in the area that would be associated with the traffic light, and then there's McDonald's traffic. And so they wouldn't be necessarily responsible for all of paying for a traffic light, given that they are not necessarily the sole reason for having the traffic light there. So it does become more complicated, and the hairs will be split tighter if you're at an OLT hearing, because you will need to describe that detail legally. So I will put it like that. And the question is, I think the first part of the question is that this application is going to be appealed. I don't know that to be the case. It still first would need to be denied. It would then be a decision of the applicants as to what, or the owners as to where they would want to go with the application. So that's just already assuming that we're going down that decision tree. There could be other routes or options.
Yep. You may.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, just to expand on that too, I think it's important for council to know that whatever resolution you make tonight you need to provide reasons. You need to provide that sort of justification as to why council is making the decision you are. And that's just if there is an appeal to OLT, that provides council's rationale for the decision that you have made. So that's why it's important that, you know, if the conversation is to approve or to deny, the reasons for that are very clearly laid out by council. And that's what I just wanted to share.
Okay, Councillor Brennan.
With respect to the comments by the CAO and Councillor Wilsley, and with regard to the suggestion by Councillor Derbyshire about his intended motion after we exit the public meeting, I'm wondering if we're thinking about the idea that there might be an appeal to the OLT, and if we have to provide reasons to justify what we're doing, would it not be better just to follow our standard procedure, which is to accept for information, have our staff work with the developer, and then have it come back to us and see what alterations have been made? And if we are still opposed to it at that point, we then deny it. And then when they appeal to the OLT, we can say that we followed our standard procedure, we worked with the developer, and the reasons why we're not approving it are X, Y, and Z. So I'm looking at the game plan here, that if we don't want it to be on that site, what's the best pathway to accomplish that in terms of getting before the OLT?
Well, let's do this, council. Can we exit the session and we can bring a motion or whatever and have our debate, because we're still in...
Yeah, I just wanted to raise that before the motions are made.
Yep. So can we have a motion to close the public session? Councillor Brandon, second by Councillor Falkman. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now we can move on to the decision resolution. Your hand was up, Councillor Derbyshire, then Councillor Pam.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Just a question for either Tim or Jen in regard, following up on what Councillor Brennan was saying. I did some research on, you know, when you deny an application and OLT as much as I could get. And it seemed to be my understanding, if we accepted it as per our regular procedure, and you did your evaluation, and based on your evaluation, which takes into consideration all the comments, but also all the policies and provincial policies, that you recommended, that we accepted, if at that point council rejects it, then we have a problem going to the OLT because we've went against staff. So if we think we're gonna go that road anyway, then perhaps it's better that we say no to it now as opposed to fighting our own planners. I would ask Tim and Jen, did I understand that correctly in my research?
And I just can interject, we're in council, I do have to ask this now, fairness, we're in council deliberation. But can we just keep the applause and all of that, okay, so we can do our work and we'll get there, so, yeah.
I'm just going to restate the sort of line of discussion, just so that it's clear. If planning staff were to support this application and the council were to refuse the application and it were to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, you would not be in a position to use planning staff to support your position. You would need to hire an outside consultant, an outside planning consultant that would support your position. You referenced it as a problem. I would just state that it's a set of circumstances that you would be under rather than a problem, but that's where you would be at.
Any other comments? I've waited, Councillor Derbyshire, if you want to bring the motion. I understand all the concerns about the OLT, but I did hear the one from Councillor.
Maybe they can build it beside your house. Maybe that's a better location.
Can we do a favor? Can we?
Point of personal privilege.
Yeah.
That's completely inappropriate in council chambers.
Right. So can I ask, I'll give one more. Can we just keep it? We're trying to discuss, we've heard everybody and we're doing our work here. So can I just ask a favor? 'cause I don't wanna ask anybody to leave. If we could just keep it, let us do our work here, and then we'll get through it. Is that fair? Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I do appreciate it, by the way, because I don't wanna ask anybody to leave, but, yeah, Councillor Pelkman.
I know that Councillor Derbyshire would like to make the motion.
Yeah.
But can I take 30 seconds with him to work on the wording?
You may. Are you okay with that, Councillor Derbyshire?
Sure.
Anything, just do it. That's one.
Councillor Derbyshire, are you ready? You've had your 30. Okay, Councillor.
We're gonna go with, can we?
There's, hold on. Just be quiet. Yep, Councillor Derbyshire.
Okay, so I would like to receive the motion for, or receive the report for information, and then we're going to deny on the basis of it is a high-traffic business on a convoluted corner with 2 exits onto roads that can't support what's going on.
Perfect.
If we need more explanation, we can elaborate later, but.
Yeah. Just gonna do this.
Through the chair to council. So again, this is your resolution. So anything that you'd like to put in it, this is the time. There won't be an opportunity later to add to this. So my recommendation to council is you need to think this is your, you know, your resolution.
Okay, need a seconder so we can discuss it.
I will.
Deputy Mayor is seconded. Any other questions? Councillor Brennan.
Given the CAO's comment that we're into doing friendly amendments.
Yes.
In order to add, one thing I would like to add to that in the traffic area is that there's insufficient space on the parcel to allow an adequate number of cars to line up before the menu bar, which would back up onto surrounding roads, causing a traffic congestion situation. So I would like to make that a friendly amendment to the motion. I understand the clerk is cobbling together, but in principle, I would ask if the mover would accept that friendly amendment.
Yes.
Seconder?
Yes.
Any other comments, friendly amendments? Deputy Mayor.
So another amendment I would put to it would be that the,
Microphone, Deputy.
sorry, the reduced number of parking spaces from the minimum requirement is not adequate. Thank you.
You accept that friendly amendment, Councillor Derbyshire?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And Councillor Brennan.
Another friendly amendment to add on to what the Deputy Mayor just stated would be to continue that with the idea that there'd be a danger of parking overflowing onto the surrounding margins of the roads near this very difficult intersection, causing line sight problems at the intersection. Just trying to cobble something else onto that to give even more emphasis.
That would be a continuation of my amendment.
Precisely. I'm just asking if you accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
We all amending it? Yes.
Yep. Okay, we're just gonna allow the clerk to catch up and then read the motion. Okay?
Okay, so I've tried to capture everyone's conversation here, so please feel free to correct or massage what we have before following the vote. So the first clause, that council deny the application on the basis of it being a high-traffic business on a convoluted corner with 2 exits.
There was more to that, though.
Right, with that particular clause or later on?
No, to that clause, there was more to
Okay,
that.
what was the additional?
That was, who raised that?
It was.
That was it. I thought there was that it was causing, like a convoluted corner causing. No?
Okay. The next clause, being insufficient space on the parcel to allow an inadequate number of cars to queue before the menu board, leading to additional traffic on Parkhouse. Or was it Allen?
Yeah.
Traffic backing up into and blocking the regular flow of traffic on Parkhouse. Allen, yes. Yeah, backing up and blocking traffic on the road that feeds in.
And that was Allen, sorry?
Yep.
Okay, so insufficient space on the parcel to allow an inadequate number of cars to queue before the menu board, backing up into and blocking traffic on Allen Road. Apologies.
The word would be adequate, not inadequate.
Oh, adequate, okay. Thank you. The reduced number of parking spaces from the minimum requirement is inadequate. And then a danger of parking overflowing onto surrounding margins of roads near this difficult intersection, causing sightline problems at the intersection.
Okay.
And then the final clause of the original motion was, therefore, council can't support this proposal.
Okay, any further questions, amendments? You have a second motion, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, folks, for coming out.
Yes.
Yeah, just take a minute here. Yep, okay. Thanks, Sarah. And a motion to reconvene. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Kennis, all in favor? Carried. I want to express my gratitude for your patience in waiting for us this evening, folks. So our meetings aren't normally this long, so it's appreciated. So now we'll move to public meeting number 4. The purpose of this public meeting is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 564 Dewan Street in Strathroy. Motion to open the public meeting. Councilor Hippel, seconded by Councilor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you noted, this is an application for rezoning of a property at 564 Dewan Street. Dewan is within Strathroy, and it is on the west side of Dewan Street, which is just to the west of Victoria Street, north of Salisbury. The street ends, I'll call it in a dead end, but it ends where Real Canadian Superstore, blah blah's is to the north. So that will give you a rough idea of where we're at. This location map also shows red hatching, and that would be the conservation regulation area. And that will come into effect when I start to talk about the proposal. As I noted, it has frontage on Dewan Street, and it also is primarily surrounded by residential. So moving to the next slide, this is a proposal where there's an existing single detached home on the property. It would be removed and replaced with six residential townhouse units, with the orientation being perpendicular to Dewan, with a driveway that leads from Dewan to the rear yard, and in that rear yard is parking spaces. Originally, there was a parking space deficiency. However, during the open house, there was discussion about the fact that parking is an issue on street, and so the applicant went back, reviewed this, looked at ways to address this, and so what they've done is extend or expand the number of parking spaces from 7 to 11 on the property. There is a line that you'll see. You'll remember just from the previous map, we don't have to go back to it, just remember that there was that red hatched area in the rear. You'll see a line on this drawing that runs through some of the parking spaces in the back parking area, and runs at a kind of an odd arc above the property. That is the conservation regulation area line. And the Conservation Authority, as much as they have changed over the recent past, they're still responsible for natural hazards, and that line is important to them, is still important to them, because that represents the area that receives flooding. So that whole back portion of the property receives flooding. The proposal would have no buildings located within the flood area. The original proposal had no parking in that area, but once they expanded the parking by the 4 spots, they run into a situation where that's pushed some of the parking spaces into the regulated area. It'll be something that they'll require a permit from the Conservation Authority, or at least an approval from the Conservation Authority as per their regulations. And it is something that the Conservation Authority has provided comments on, and those comments are found within the report. If we move to the next slide, and that's just a bigger version, which I should have used because it would have shown that conservation area line much better, but you do get to see it. It does occupy most of those parking spaces along the left-hand side of that drawing. So moving on to the next line. In terms of consultation, I've kind of briefly touched on the open house. That occurred on June 4th. There was discussions during that meeting. There were comments provided after that meeting. Those comments are included in the package. There were some pictures that were also provided of recent flooding within the area. Those aren't included in the report, but they were forwarded to members of council, and they are a part of the file, and they will be a part of the consideration of this rezoning application, both by staff and ultimately by council when they make that decision. So there were staff comments and agency comments, and those comments are noted here. They're noted in more detail in the report, but just confirmation of service capacity needs to be provided. The stormwater outlet, we need additional details. They're showing where we sort of understand that there is a flood route along the back of the property, but there were other details that we'd like to fine tune and understand from an engineering perspective for those 2-year rain events as well, and how water would be directed, how when snow is melting, how is that being handled, et cetera, et cetera. It's understood that this is a 6-unit development, and recent planning act changes, I guess slightly more than a year ago, changed things so that a site plan approval is not required in this case. Anything less than 10 units on a property does not require site plan approval. So there are some things that we need to understand at a zoning stage. There is something called a site alteration permit, and we will secure some details at that time, but there is some details that on this development will not be secured by Strathroy-Caradoc. The road widening discussion still needs to occur, and understand how the building, if it's set back 4.5 meters, how that plus the sidewalk that exists, or the sidewalk that they're proposing in the front of the building, how all of these pieces will work together. So a further discussion we would like to have on that. The proximity of hydrants, that's fire hydrants. There's one beyond this point along the road, meaning if this building were on fire and it compromises the road, i.e. they can't drive past it to reach the fire hydrant along the street, what other options do they have? And so some additional discussions need to happen on that front. This next comment comes directly from Waste Management, but I also heard it in conversations with some of the neighbors. The garbage truck travels to the end of the road backwards and then picks up garbage on one side of the street so that it can access, because of the tightness of the street and the narrowness of the road. And so how we deal with waste management on this site will be important, and so that'll be something that we want to work out some more of the details on how that will happen. I mentioned already the Conservation Authority needs some additional information in order for them to issue their acceptance. I think that comes as a permit, although they used slightly different wording the last time I talked with them. Tonight's a statutory public meeting, so that's another touch point in terms of consultation. And there are members of the public here tonight to speak to the item. And I would note that we received some comments in advance of the meeting as a result of sending out the notice. So I'm going to move on to the next point, and that's the policy detail. So much more detail in the report. I will only say that the provincial policy statement, the county OP and the local OP all talk about intensification, appropriate growth within infill situations. This property is residential, it's designated residential, I mean, on sort of all levels. It's a settlement area at the provincial level. The zoning bylaw amendment that's being sought here is to go from a R1 to a site-specific medium density R2 zone category, and that will require adjustments to the zone standards, a 0.5 meter reduction in the front yard setback requirement. That's 5 meters going to 4.5. there's a requirement, frontage per unit, and this is designed, it's 8 meters is the requirement, and some, based on the, based on the calculation, that would be 8 times 6 frontage requirement. That's not necessarily the intent of the zoning bylaw, so that'll need to be slightly modified to address the real nature of what that's requiring, and that is that each individual unit has a width of 8 meters, not necessarily that the street frontage be 8 meters times the 6 units. The parking coverage, so by increasing the parking available to this development, that has now resulted in the parking coverage being greater than what's permitted in the zoning bylaw. Accessible parking, there's a requirement for a type A and a type B. Type A parking spaces are the ones that you would see regularly in at shopping malls and whatnot, that are slightly larger, 3.4 meters wide versus 2.6. There's a type B parking space that goes adjacent to one of those parking spaces. It's actually smaller than a regular, and this parking space uses the common aisle between the two. What's being proposed here is that parking space would not be included, and this would allow for another full regular parking space to be included. I'll call it a technicality. It allows for a parking space to be 2.6 meters next to this the accessible parking space, rather than a 2.4 meter parking space. I think that we can talk about those details if anybody has a question about it, but that's getting pretty deep into the details. And the last is their parking aisle width requirement to 7.3 or 2, sorry, it's been a long night, and they have something just north of, just under 7 meters for that parking width. They've also shown with that, that the turning radii, that means that people would still be able to get in and out of parking spaces with this slightly reduced width of the aisle. So with that, I'll move to the next steps, and you've heard me say this before tonight. There's a few different options and ways you can proceed. The one that's shown on the staff report is to accept the staff report for information purposes, and we proceed through a standard processing of the application, which would mean that there's a potential for amendments to the application in response to comments, and then a planning evaluation report would come back to council, and then council would make a decision on that zoning bylaw amendment application. And then there's a 20-day appeal period. I've noted now, and I hadn't until tonight noted that Bill 185 changes the rules and who can appeal an application, and specific agencies only can appeal a zoning bylaw amendment and not the public. So that is the standard approach. The 3 other options are to receive the information report and defer the application sine die, which is Latin for indefinitely. Third option is information report and recommend denial with explanations. And fourth is an information report with direction to staff on any matters that the council sees fit. So I'll leave the application at that stage. Happy to answer any questions that may come up during the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. Comments in support of the proposed rezoning?
Yes, if everyone can hear me, is that good?
Yep.
Good evening, Your Worship, good evening, council members and members of the public. My name is Simona Rasinu, and I'm a planner with Strickbold and Limones in London, and the agent for this application. I would like to briefly speak in support of the 6-unit townhouse development at 564 Dewan Street. So as Mr. Williams mentioned in his presentation, we've revised the application in response to community concerns and technical comments.
The guy just says, your mic, could you speak more into the microphone for us?
Is that better?
Yeah. Try it. Yeah.
So I'll start start that sentence again. As Mr. Williams mentioned in his presentation, we revised the application, the proposal in response to community concerns and some of the technical comments received so far. One of the biggest community concerns we've received during the June 4th community meeting was about parking. Residents were concerned that the initial proposal, which showed 7 parking spaces, would lead to excessive street parking on the Dewan Street. So in response, we've increased the parking count to 11 spaces, 2 more than the zoning bylaw requires for the proposed R2 zone. Other site plan changes since the initial submission include identifying 1.8 meter high privacy fences on both the north and south property lines to address noise and light concerns, and changing the proposed zone from high density residential, or R3 in the Strathroy-Caradoc zoning bylaw, to medium density residential, or R2, to better align with the intent of the zoning bylaw. I also responded to the initial set of staff comments and am waiting for responses, particularly from engineering staff, to assess whether those comments are acceptable for the purpose of the rezoning application or whether additional work is required to address staff comments. On behalf of the applicant, my goal is to work with staff and the community to address concerns to the extent possible before council makes a decision on this application. In conclusion, you should support this project because it aligns with existing provincial, county, and municipal planning framework, which envisions infill residential development in established neighborhoods within walking distance to amenities that would be serviced using existing municipal infrastructure. And in this case, Dewan Street, abutting the subject property, has existing water main and sanitary sewers that would be used to service this application should it be approved. In addition, even though most of the houses on Dewan Street are single detached residential, there are examples of greater intensity and density, including the apartment building at the corner of Dewan Street and Ross Street, as well as several other properties that are zoned R2, which is what we're requesting as part of this proposal. Finally, the purpose of a rezoning application is to determine whether a project is feasible at a high level and to create a zoning envelope using standards such as height and setbacks. It is not the final required approval. Detailed design will be required before any construction can begin. Although, as Tim mentioned, as Mr. Williams mentioned, site plan approval is no longer required for a residential project with fewer than 10 units under Bill 23. The municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc has approved a site alteration bylaw, again, as Mr. Williams alluded to, that could be applied to this project to require some of the same engineering drawings, such as servicing and grading plans prior to the building permit stage. In addition, again, as Mr. Williams mentioned, any alteration within the portion of the property regulated by the Sinclair Conservation Authority would require a permit under Section 28 permit under the Conservation Authorities Act. So if the zoning application is approved, there is more work for the applicant to complete before any construction can begin. So I would like you to keep this in mind as you listen to the comments tonight. Thank you for listening, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Kevin Berry is also here on behalf of the applicant to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments in opposition of the proposed rezoning? We'll ask the clerk, if you're on the list, to call your name. And just a reminder, folks, 5 minutes. I'm pretty lenient with the time, and we'll keep it to the 5 minutes. It'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. So similar to the other public meetings, I will run through the registered in-person participants, then we will go through the registered Zoom participants, and then we will open it up to unregistered attendees. So Simone, I believe you said Kevin and Craig are here tonight. You've already spoken on their behalf? Okay. So the first in-person registered participant is Terry Riley.
Good evening, councilors and everybody, my neighbors. So we are, I am greatly opposed to this project. It is definitely a material change to our neighborhood. I live 2 houses north of the proposed development. On Dewan Street, there are some infrastructure concerns, primarily that of the stormwater runoff. There are no storm sewers on Dewan Street. With the rains that we've had, the photographs were submitted into council and they were mentioned. And so it creates basically a river all through the backyards. You can see in some of them where it just basically buffers the corner of the houses as the water. It's quite I could put a canoe in it and go down. It's not a little trickle. The streets flood. So that's a huge concern. I understand Bill 23 and I understand the implications that the provincial government has imposed on planning bylaw. And I also see that a lot of the development that's coming forth is sort of almost an abuse of that. It's a take advantage. Let's take advantage of this. You know, like this is a material change to the neighborhood. This is about making money. This isn't about providing housing for the people who are in need of housing or senior housing. Strathroy has hundreds of houses for sale. Go on MLS. The price range, we were told at least at the first public meeting, between $500,000 and $600,000 a unit. And you can go on to MLS and there's over 400 houses for sale all through, if you go through the Caradoc municipality. So do we need 6 units there? I don't know. I don't think it's a great material change to any housing problem. It's not assisting. Bill 23 was meant to build as fast as you can and all, you know, let's bypass all these regulatory laws and whatever. As a member of the community and living in that community, it definitely greatly affects my property. It affects my property values. Enjoying my backyard, which I do very much, and which is why I bought the property in the first place. And then to have a 2-story, you know, building just 67 feet away, you know, and so I'm not directly adjacent to it, but the property will. And the safety concerns with the parking and the traffic, and also the sewer system as well, where with the implementation of the superstore, it's my understanding that there was some discussion that they have looked at the sewage system and they determined somehow that it is adequate. I don't know if that's looking at the design, but when the superstore came in, now we have septic backing up in people's houses. So the superstore is there every week at the end of that street cleaning that sewer system trap out. And so there are issues with that. I know that, you know, the residents can speak for themselves about the backup that they've had and the experiences with that. So from my perspective, it doesn't make sense. I understand the parking is an issue on Dewan Street. It is very difficult to navigate sometimes around the vehicles that are there. There's safety concerns. There's a lot of elderly residents, people with hearing issues, people with vision issues, and mobility issues, and tons of children on bikes. There's a lot of foot traffic on that street. So hopefully council will be able to take that into consideration when you're looking at this particular proposal. I realize that the additional parking, while it is a benefit to keep the cars off the street as much as possible, by putting, I'm concerned that by putting gravel, which is not a permeable surface when it's compacted, you can go to any gravel parking lot and you can see the rain pools there as well. It acts just like concrete. Also displaces the water and the groundwater into the natural surface and spring freshet as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next registered in-person participant is Jim Bolton.
Thank you. One of my issues on the street is that it's so narrow.
Sorry, Mr. Bolton. I might ask one of my colleagues to double check that the microphone is on, because I feel if you... Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the...
Yeah, my issue on the street is that it's so narrow that if there's pedestrians on the street and construction vehicles, lawn equipment vehicles, anything that's wider than a normal car, you have to go over in the grass on the neighbor's lawn to get down the street. And there's a lot of kids on our street. There's a lot of people with wheelchairs, power scooters and so on, coming from the apartment buildings. And they go to the superstore to do their shopping. There's not room to get out, to get home. It's just dangerous. That's my biggest issue with it. And if we have increased parking, yeah, we've added parking to the back of the building. But are people really gonna use a gravel parking lot? Probably not. I would believe they'll probably park on the street and block more traffic. The other issue is water. We get so much water running down that street. In the valley at the bottom last week, there's a hole washed into the roadway. The town came up and plugged the hole, but that's only a patch. So flooding is a major issue. And that's my two issues, is traffic and flooding. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
The next registered participant is Linda Bolton. Linda, do you also wish to speak?
One thing I noticed in reading the attachments to the agenda that was sent out, the developer has stated that no flood management, stormwater management system was needed because the runoff water would be taken care of by the storm sewers on Dewan Street. Well, there are no storm sewers on Dewan Street. So that's one of the big issues we're concerned about. And the other one, the noise level study that was done was based on manufacturer's recommendations and information of the sound levels. But I think an on-site noise level needs to be done because of the two adjacent properties that are so close, with 6 units, air conditioning units, or if you have to go to a larger heating system that's outdoor, it's going to greatly impact on those two neighbors. So I think something additional needs to be done first. And the lighting from these structures, the 2-story structures, again, because of the closeness of the two neighbors affected by it the most.
Thank you, Linda.
The next registered participant is Maureen Topping.
My name is Maureen Topping. Thank you, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council, for listening to me tonight. My husband Bob and I have lived at 560 Dewan, right beside it, for 47 years. We are very opposed to this. Our reasons are that our side yard and our backyard flood, and it has gone down our basement. From the, not just the last rains, but in the winter, and if there's ever any heavy rains, it comes on our property, it comes on our neighbor's property beside us, and it goes down their basement as well. The other thing, the width between our property and all the townhouses, or the condominiums that are gonna run right down beside our house, and the parking that's going to be right beside our house, it's going to be 3.5 feet, which is 2 of me. And also the air units, 6 of them, the heating units, the hot water units, they're all gonna vent on us. It's going to be 3 stories high. They're gonna be looking right into our windows. We bought that property because we love a big backyard. We like the quiet, the peace. And we're not gonna get that. We're gonna get everything. We're gonna get the cars, we're gonna get the houses, we're gonna get the air conditioning, and that's not fair. Also, our property values are gonna go down. Who's gonna wanna buy a house with all those units there? I'm asking you tonight, please, keep it at R1. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you.
The next registered participant is Robert Topping. Robert, would you like to speak as well?
Yes, I'm in a wheelchair and I can't get to the mic.
I'll try pretty loud there, Robert, we can hear you.
As loud as I can. And the one concern my wife didn't bring up, and it has been brought up, is snow plowing.
Sorry, Robert. If you wish to use a mic, you can approach the desk here.
But the snow plowing itself, over the years, I've known a lot of people in town, and the people who work for the work department and everything. And lately, it's only been plowed one way, going down. He backs up, gets turned around, sands the corner of Ross Lane and Dwan Street, then leaves. It hasn't been bad this last few years, but one of these years we're gonna get it again. And the road's not wide enough where to push that snow if you do it both ways. I've been around long enough, I've seen it. And for water running down the streets, it's not like it's been created. That road only has been resurfaced once, and that was tar and chip, the time I've been there. And it's crowned, it runs down both sides of the road. Across from my place, there's a dip like this, and once that fills up over top of the road and meets up with the rest of the stuff, what's coming down the road and what's coming in my laneway and my neighbor's laneway. Then down right in front of the apartment building, big hole again, full of water when it rains. Once it fills up, it runs backwards. It won't go into Ross Lane or Ross Court where there is some storm drains. And there is some there. But I remember when that subdivision was put in there and they were going to, excuse me, run the storm water into the creek at the back. And my mom and dad lived there, then and my brother, who owned the place together, and they finally ended up have to change where they were draining that water because you can't drain into a natural running creek off the road. So that's our main concern. And I think they're good ones.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it.
The next registered participant is Mark Wise.
Hello everyone, I appreciate being invited and appreciate the chance to speak about these issues. Moved onto Dwan Street 28 years ago, and it wasn't long before had to replace sewer pipe going to the road due to a antiquated pipeline that was collapsing. I was told then by the contractor that I had zero slope going from my house to the street pipe. He told me that that was fine for toilet and washing machine pushing water out. What stuck in my mind was what he said about water backup. He told me there's very extremely high risk if backup could back into my pipe from high volume of fluids flowing through the pipe, brought about by whatever possible reasons. Well, I found out that the hard way when in 2014, when the high volume of water coming from the Real Canadian Superstore, which is tied into our sewer line on Dewan Street, created a blockage in our outdated sewer line from all the things that are flushed out of their pipe. At that time, when talking to the town, they washed their hands of it. The insurance company talked to them, they still washed their hands of it. The insurance company required me to install a backflow valve in my sewer line. And that in no way puts my mind at ease for my basement, let alone any other neighbors that may not have one installed. Yes, it stops the backup, but there is nothing stopping whatever I am putting down my drain from backing up into my basement when I have no idea if the backflow valve has been closed due to a backflow from the street sewer line. There's a lot of issues with our street. As Bob said, it's maybe only once, and I've never seen it other than patchwork, being the pavement being redone. And there's just too many concerns for overflow water running into people's backyards and everything else. I was just, tonight, a few minutes ago, one of my neighbors was talking to me about infill that was brought up. And is infill not considered what was being done to a vacant lot? There was an existing house there. I'm not sure why we're talking about infill as far as putting new housing in. And my last thing is, it was mentioned that with this new law that the public will no longer be able to appeal any decisions. My question to council is, who can and who will represent us in that situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
The next registered participant is Wendy Wise.
So thanks for letting me talk. The one thing that I think my husband forgot to say was that since our issue with the plumbing, the Superstore now cleans out that system, I think once a month, which is proactive, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be a problem. They know that it's a problem, so they're trying to be proactive, but it's still obviously a problem. My concern is safety, and I think that's been brought up before. I live 2 houses from the end, and I see a lot of pedestrians, I see a lot of kids on the street. Right now there's 17 houses on the street, on that part of the street. Adding 7 more is a lot when you're talking a dead-end street. Most of us only have 2 vehicles. Those townhouses could have 2 vehicles each, so that's another 12 vehicles. If you've ever driven on Ross Lane onto Dewan Street, the apartment, the 3-story walk-up is on the corner. To get around that corner, there's often service vehicles. Sometimes it's taxis, sometimes it's supplies, medical supplies, food being dropped off. parked right there. So you're coming around the corner, and if there's people walking, cars coming, there's quite a traffic issue right there. These new townhouses are gonna be just past there on the other side of the street. So now you're gonna have to go around this corner with these cars that are coming and going, pedestrians walking, and people coming out of this townhouse complex. There's a lot of people that walk on our street. They come from Salisbury, which is apartments. There's people in scooters. There's employees of the superstore that walk up and down our street every day. And as they said, there's a lot of flooding along the sides of the streets, so that means that these people are now walking down the middle of our street. So a lot of times I'm following people in my vehicle driving very slow, like 5 kilometers an hour, because they can't walk on the sides because of cars, because of water. So it says 50 kilometers an hour, right there at the corner. I go like 5, and that's on a regular day. That's not without adding 12 more cars that are coming and going. Those people are gonna get Amazon packages, they're gonna get food delivered. There's a lot more than just 12 cars that are gonna be coming and going from that complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
The next registered participant is Dennis Gallant.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm going to talk about a couple of things. The first thing is obviously safety. You've heard before, but I want you to imagine a very small street in a very old established neighborhood, which is often used by pedestrians who have disabilities, such as myself, blindness. There's also people with hearing loss, people who have physical disabilities, and increased traffic would be definitely a safety hazard on that street, given the neighborhood and given the actual layout of the street and how busy it is with pedestrians. But the bigger question I want to raise is, if in fact we do build this structure and it has very large impermeable surfaces, which is going to affect the watershed near and around the construction, if something were to happen to the neighbors in terms of increased flooding, who is responsible for that possibility? Is it the town? Is it the neighbors themselves? That is a burden that they should not have to bear, given that someone wants to come in to build a profitable construction in a well-established neighborhood where people have lived there for decades. If this construction raises the possibility that there's going to be significant impact on their homes because of flooding, I think that's a consideration where you have to look at the cost benefit and see what is really important here. The second thing I want to raise is the moral question. There's a question of whether it is reasonable to have a developer come in and build a structure in a neighborhood where it is clearly not wanted for the sole purpose of making a profit. Now, there may be benefits to increased housing, but as we already talked about, that benefit is quite small given the detriment to the neighborhood. So I want you to consider both things. Not only the safety, which is very important, but who's responsible if something were to happen, and what is your moral responsibility here in terms of the cost benefits of approving such a change in the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
The next registered participant is Rhonda Biddle.
My name is Rhonda. I live across the road, and I'm just here to voice my opposition to this proposal as concerns raised by all of my neighbors. Thank you.
Thanks, Rhonda.
The next registered participant is Jillian Reynolds. Okay. The next registered participant is Dana Dreisman. Dana.
My neighbors have already stated my concerns, thank you.
Okay. Nick Doria. Nick, are you present and wish to speak? And Evelyn Doria.
Just want to support my neighbors. We're on the opposite side of the street, but they have some wonderful points, and I want you to imagine if you're lucky enough to have a single family home, that someone tears down your neighbor's house and wedges 6 townhouses in there with 6 back porch lights, 6 air conditioners, 6 garbage bins and recycling bins out front, 12 cars, and all the accompanying traffic. And you watch your children or your grandchildren riding their bikes up and down the street, and you worry every time someone zips in and out of there what's going to happen. So I want to support my neighbors tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next registered participant is Jeff Davidson. Jeff, are you present and wish to speak? The next registered participant is Lisa Giffen. Lisa, are you present and wish to speak?
That's me. I'm good. I have nothing further to add, but I totally agree with everyone that's spoken so far.
Okay. And then Frank. Frank.
I agree with Lisa. I'll go with my neighbors. I support them firmly.
So now we'll move to the registered Zoom participants. So the first registered Zoom participant is Brenda. Brenda Bordeaux. I don't see Brenda on the call, but she can certainly put up her virtual hand if she could. The next Zoom participant is Vicki Hill. Vicki was on the call earlier, but I don't see her now. Okay. Robert Reynolds. See Bobby, perhaps that's you. Do you wish to speak to the application?
Yes, I would like to comment on the deteriorating infrastructure of Dewan Street and Ross Lane just being so narrow. No storm sewers, curbs, or sidewalks, and adding more high density to those streets is insane. I think before we decide to add high density infrastructure to this area, we need to improve the infrastructure for safety. Another concern is the quality of living for the two neighbors that are going to be greatly impacted. To 6 families now living in their backyard. It's going to destroy their quality of living. They've bought these properties at a premium price, and now that's going to be taken away from them. I see this plan there's so many setbacks around this plan, and that's what makes it so wrong. The plan is too big for that lot, and that's the reason why they're asking for all these variances, putting a parking lot on a floodplain. I see also that this is a developer obviously taking advantage of Bill 185 and leaving us neighbors, our community in the municipality to pick up the pieces. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next registered Zoom participant is Julio Fricano. I don't believe I see you on the call. Coralie Milhomans, I see you there. We've unmuted you. Do you wish to speak to the application?
Hi, we would like to support our neighbors in regards to this issue. Dewan Street is a very tight community. We came here because of the size of our lots, the privacy, the allowing our kids to ride down the street and not be concerned about the traffic flow. This has totally changed over the years, and it's gotten worse. We are concerned for the roads. We are concerned for the people that are walking down the streets, people on the scooters, on mobility issues. We want to live in a peaceful community, and bringing 6 additional units into our area is just going to totally change what's here now. The road is deteriorating. There's chunks of road that have been broken up right in front of my house, and we're before these units, so I can imagine when they bring in the heavy equipment to build these units, it's going to deteriorate the road something severe more. So we have concerns and we want to voice them, and thank you.
Thank you.
I believe these are the final registered Zoom participants, Murray and Sarah Lott. I don't see them on the call anymore, but just acknowledging them. Okay, so Chair, that concludes our registered in-person and Zoom participants. If you'd like to open up the floor to unregistered.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would wish to speak who wasn't registered? Okay. All right, we'll open up the floor now for comments and questions from members of council. Councillor Pammer.
Thank you, everybody, for your comments and patience tonight. I have 2 quick questions for the planners before I make my comments. One is, could you confirm whether or not there are storm sewers on Dewan? Because I heard conflicting.
In front of this particular location, there are not. I don't know about further down the road. We'd have to look into that and do some investigation. I can't say for sure further down.
Okay, and then my second question was, with that parking lot being at the back in what we're hearing is a floodplain, if the municipality approved for parking on that section of the lot and it flooded and the cars floated away, who's liable? Would the municipality have some liability in that if we approved it?
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer. So there would be some complications to that in the sense that it would be not only us that approve it, but presumably there would be a conservation authority permit at play as well. And then there would be whether or not it was actually constructed as was required by the approved plan. So all of those factors would come into play. I am sure that the municipality would be brought into a discussion, a legal matter in that main, but it's not, it would be clear cut.
So, can I just continue quickly? Those are my questions I had, but I'm not in favor of the proposal. Primarily because I think it lacks the infrastructure. We don't have an urban standard on that road with sidewalks, curbs, sounds like possibly not enough storm sewers, drainage problems, flooding problems, road width problems, turnaround problems, garbage problems. This is not the road to be doing this on. I do believe in intensification and we do need that, but it needs to be in places where we have the infrastructure to support it. I can think of a couple of spots in Strathroy where there's off of Head Street, there's a condominium, for example. Head Street is a well-designed road with sidewalks and width and storm sewers, and it doesn't flood. So it makes sense, perhaps, in some areas like that. And I wasn't here when that was approved, so I don't know anything about the width of that lot and all the details, but just as an observer. What frightens me is that if we go down this road, like someone said, I live on Dell Drive, we don't have curbs or sidewalks. Is my neighbor gonna sell his house to somebody and put 7 or 8 units in there? And we will keep having this problem. In areas, dead-end streets, courts, streets that aren't up to urban standard, where we're trying to pack all this in. I don't think that it's such a bad idea to do a row of townhouses. I just don't think this is the place for it, and that we want to start approving these sporadic, applications like this, making them fit where I don't think they fit.
Yeah. Can I just make my quick comments? I just want to say, all your comments, I agreed with Councillor Palmer, especially when it comes to intensification. You know, we're advocates for housing, and I think intensification is necessary, but not where it isn't appropriate. So I concur with all your comments. Deputy Mayor, then we'll go to Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Not that you or Councillor Palmer need my support, but I give it to you 100% with your comments. And now I'll tell you why, according to the document that we have in front of us. So on page 29 of 36 of the report, starts off the planning policy background. So subject lands are within the designated settlement area of Strathroy. Provincial policy statement, the PPS, Middlesex County official plan, Strathroy-Caradoc official plan, all encourage intensification in settlement areas on full municipal services, provided the development is compatible with the surrounding area and represent an orderly and efficient use of the land. This does not. Further down the PPS, same page, Section 1.1.3.1 of the PPS states that settlement areas will be the focus of growth. Land use patterns within settlement areas shall be based on densities and a mix of land uses which are appropriate for. This is not appropriate. Then I'll go down to page 31 of 36, Strathroy-Caradoc official plan, Section 2.4.1, second sentence, residential intensification and redevelopment are encouraged where compatible with existing development and infrastructure is appropriate. This is not compatible with existing development, and infrastructure is not appropriate in the way of storm sewers. And finally, section 2.4.6 of our official plan establishes that residential intensification shall be encouraged in settlement areas where it is complementary to and compatible with the nature scale design and general character of the neighboring development. Neighboring development. In my opinion, this is not. So for those reasons, I do not support that and would be following up.
Okay. Councillor Pelkman, I believe your hand is up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I was on the public meeting when this, or the open house when this took place, and I think I made my comments pretty clear at the time that you know, there cannot be a single car on the street as a result of this development. You know, certainly Wendy is correct that when it rains, there's big puddles on that street, and people do have to walk down the street. I commuted to work on my bicycle for 5 years and took that street every day, and it is a very narrow street, and the puddles are definitely there. Certainly, as a result of her comment, I'm never going to park in front of that apartment building to deliver my election flyers again, because I know I've done it in the past. So, couple things about this development that I still can't support, and I didn't think about it at the time of the open house, but the garbage issue is one. When you look at the measurements on the diagram, you've got 4 feet between the edge of the roadway and the front door. So that means you're stepping out onto basically onto the road, and there'll be no room for 6 wheelie garbage bins and 6 wheelie recycling bins, and the recycling bins are much bigger than the garbage bins. So that means you're gonna have 12 bins at either the front or the back of the townhouses. Now, if I was living there, I'd probably want them at the front because that's more convenient. But if I was the 6th one in, I'm probably going to forget to put my bins out, and they're going to end up being communal bins as opposed to, you know, a bin per unit. And then who's responsible for putting them out? Who's responsible for taking them back in? Certainly, as we all experience when we deliver our election flyers, you know, we see there are lots of people who don't treat their property with respect, and you see the age dispatch flyers on the driveway being driven over. So is that a potential problem here, that someone doesn't deal with their garbage effectively and you end up with maggots and all the other stuff? So that's one. Two is snow removal. So while I do see that they have a snow loading area at the back of the parking lot, what if you can't access that spot? So, you know, that roadway is right along the fence line. So there is not even space for a plow to push to the side. You have to push it straight to the back. And if you did push it to the side, I'd be really worried about where that water's gonna go in relation to the person that's living right beside it. So you'd have to make sure that the snow went to the back, but if there's cars there, you can't get it to the grass. So I see that as a significant problem. The fact that there is no place for these people to sit out front or out back is problematic. And I can just think of that, the set of row houses across from the Presbyterian church that has a similar scenario, you know, and they're setting lawn chairs basically right out in the street. And, you know, sometimes kids play there too, and it's not exactly a safe environment. And I know I'm focusing on the people that might be moving in there, but I'm also thinking about the people that live there too. I wouldn't want to have to worry about hitting someone with my car, or being worried that some child might get run over there because there's just no place for them to be. You know, when I look at these properties and the depth that are on these properties, I always hope that if we had infill on them, somebody would buy 2 or 3 together and then do something like Colburn Place on them that's appropriate and properly designed. You know, you can look on Head Street, there's 2 existing sets of townhouses or condos that have a similar design, except that they have garages or parking right in front of their unit. There's a lot more width there than there is on this property. I think this property is just too narrow for this design, and no matter what you do, unless you're prepared to make a 6-foot wide house, it's just too narrow to put the townhouses down.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Brennan?
I agree with everything that's been said so far, but if we use a little bit of extension into the future, that if this were to go forward, then what's to stop developers from buying other houses on these deep lots on the same street and putting in 6 or 8 or 10? And at some point, the street would be even more overloaded than it is now. So I agree that this is too narrow, there's not enough infrastructure, but if it were to proceed, how do we say no to the next development, or the one after that, or the one after that? And then suddenly, instead of having 6 additional units in that area where there were only 17 places before, you went up to 32 or 45. And we already know that the infrastructure is inadequate to support that, and that the road is not up to what we would call a full urban standard. So I agree when people say that there are places in town, like Head Street, which we see an example of, where you have storm sewers, where you have all the amenities that are required, where you have the width. But this is not the place, and I cannot support this.
Good. Any other comments? Councillor Kennis.
Just agreeing with everyone. We sit in these meetings a lot of times and hear about people expressing concerns about infrastructure, and they're stretching it. But in this particular case, no one's stretching it. I've been on these streets a number of times and drove down Ross Lane a number of times over the years, and it's not a street that can handle a lot of traffic, as is the same case for Dewan. So, and as Councillor Brennan said, if we set a precedent here, I think it only adds to the problem in the future. So I feel the same as everyone else.
Okay, if there are no others, have a motion to close the open meeting. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Falkman. All in favor? Carried. Next is the recommendation. I'll leave it up to council to make a motion. Deputy Mayor.
I'll make a motion that we receive and deny. And then I'll give you the reasons for the denial once you get a seconder in,
Okay,
if that's how you prefer to take it.
Councillor Pammer, okay, then you can give the reasons.
So I've already stated them, but for Madam Clerk, on the report, if you went to page 29, near the bottom, it is not consistent with the provincial policy statement, section 1131, those are separated by dots, 1.1.3.1.
Apologies, Deputy Mayor, we'll have to start over there. So
Okay.
Inconsistent with the provincial policy statement?
Yes, section 1.1.3.1, as it is not appropriate for, nor does it efficiently use the infrastructure and public services which are planned or available. My second reason is it is not consistent with the Strathroy-Caradoc official plan, section 2.4.1, which states residential intensification and redevelopment are encouraged where compatible with existing development and infrastructure is appropriate. And third, Strathroy-Caradoc official plan, section 2.4.6, which establishes that residential intensification shall be encouraged in settlement areas where it is complementary to and compatible with the nature, scale, design, and general character of neighboring development. That's it.
Okay. Okay with all that stuff there, Councillor? Heard the motion, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. I want to thank everyone for coming out this evening. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. We're just going to wait and we're going to take have a vote on. Then Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Pammer, all in favor? Carried. 10-minute recess while we plot the next action. I'll leave it up to you and the clerk. We're going Yeah, motion to reconvene. Councilor Kennis, Councilor Pammer, all in favor? Carried. In the interest of time, and we do have a lot on the remaining on the agenda, knowing that the alarm goes off at 11, and we do have a meeting next Monday that we're going to turn into a council session. We're going to defer some of the items, so I'm going to turn it over to the CAO to give the instructions, what we're going ahead with and what we're going to defer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Because we have some that are time sensitive that have to be passed tonight, what I've done is, my recommendation is we defer everything except these 4 items. And they are the Head Street North reconstruction options. We have Ian Ross with us tonight. That's 8.1.1. That we discuss 8.1.5, which is the agreement for the permanent and temporary easements for Queen Street Phase 2 project. Item 8.2.2, request for draft plan of subdivision extension, South Grove Meadows. 8.2.4, the Housing Accelerator Fund, second round. And then item 16, which is bylaws, which are 3 bylaws to be passed, which is the confirming bylaw, the bylaw for the agreement for the easements, and the bylaw to appoint the bylaw enforcement officers and provincial offenses officers. So this is staff that we have hired and have approval from council to hire. We need to give them the granted authority to be able to do their jobs. Mm-hmm. I'm recommending everything else be deferred to August 12th meeting next Monday, if council is agreeable.
Yeah, go ahead, clerk.
Thank you, CAO. Just looking to confirm the 3rd bylaw that you're proposing to address tonight. So bylaw 7524, which is to appoint officers. Bylaw 8024, which is the confirming bylaw, in which agreement?
Bylaw 7624, this, no, excuse me, pardon me. Bylaw 7924, which is the execution of the permanent and temporary easements.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Derbyshire.
The bylaw 7524, you might have to then do the local one too.
Yeah, the animal.
Because that has the person appointed in there, in that bylaw.
Yep.
Okay.
Not to
Thank you.
show
I
you're
can
holding
speak
up,
to
but
that. So Lobo Animal Care Center is currently appointed. Actually, you're right though, because there is a repealing clause in that bylaw.
I thought it was coming up here that we had to look at it.
Through the chair, we'll have to wait till Monday, because you don't have a completed bylaw in front of you. Thank you for that.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the amended agenda, clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to members, just a motion as the CEO has presented to defer the items to a council meeting scheduled for Monday, August the 12th.
Someone bring a motion. Deputy Mayor, sent by Councilor Kennis. We will now move to item 8.11.
And I apologize to interject, but in our procedure bylaw, we do have to have a further motion to approve proceedings after 10:30 p.m. So I would recommend a motion to extend the meeting no later than 11 p.m.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. You're right, I forgot that. Engineering Public Works, the Head Street North reconstruction options. Representatives from BM Ross will be present to provide I'll use the word, short presentation. Before we do, council received the report. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Kennis, all in favor? Carried.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Kurt Clayton, this is Alice Morphin from BM Ross. If you want us to keep it brief, we could skip through the the history of this thing before we get to the options available. We're looking for some direction from council for the three options that we're going to present here. So I'll let Alex just describe these for you.
We can skip to probably change number 10. Like that. It's what the raw options are. Yeah, that's number 3. So there's 2 more before that one.
Yeah, there's. Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Can we ask a question of them?
Do you want me to show the options first, or is it?
I already saw the option there.
Yeah, just go through. He's gonna go through real quick for us.
Yeah, so option number 1 is to have a 10-meter wide asphalt road with designated bike lanes and 1 sidewalk on the west side, as it is right now. And the benefits of that is to have bike lanes, designated bike lanes for safety for cyclists. We want to go up to a second one. We want to go a little bit faster. Will be fine with us. So option number 2 is a designated parking lane that will be in the west side. It's where most of the houses are, and it will be just 2 travel lanes. And, option number 3, if the desire is to really have 2 sidewalks, then we'll have to reduce the road to 8.5 meters asphalt, which means that there will be no possibility of designated bike lanes and no possibility of designated parking lanes.
Deputy Mayor, now your question.
Thank you. I'm just interested in option 1, so my question involves that. To do option number 1, will that essentially fit right where the asphalt is now and the sidewalk kind of stays where it is, or do things get pushed out wider to do the bike lane one?
No, so the current asphalt, right, is between 7 and 8 meters between Canal and Head Street. So the road is getting wide, right? So it's gonna be 10 meters of asphalt plus half meter on each side of concrete curb. So that gives you now a 10 plus 1. So the sidewalk on the west side will stay in the same spot. What it will reduce is the boulevard between, right now it's back up asphalt to the sidewalk. It varies, it's between 3 meters and 1.5. So it will be 1 meter now, the boulevard.
On the boulevard?
The West Boulevard.
The grass between the curb and the sidewalk.
Yeah.
The curb and the side, okay.
Between back up curb and the edge of
So
the
this is,
sidewalk.
Go ahead.
this is, we're talking about from Panel Lane north up to 2nd Street, right?
Sorry.
Did you by chance take a look at the existing Panel Lane south to the bridge? Is it roughly the same idea where we could repaint the lines and continue the bike lane down through there? Or did you have a chance to look at that at all?
We did, south of Panel Lane, no. The limits of the project was Panel Lane to 2nd Street. We do know that it's much wider.
Yeah.
Panel Lane south than Panel Lane north currently. So the minimum that you can have for bike lanes is 1.5 meters plus a gutter, which gives you 0.3 meters. So that's 1.8. And so you need 1 on each side, and then you will need a little bit of a travel lane, right? So I'm not sure what is the width of Panel Lane south, but ideally you need at least 10 meters.
Any other questions? Councilor Wilson and then Councilor Pelkman.
With this road widening, do we own all of the property for that, or is there something that we're gonna have to get an easement or buy property from the property owners? And if we do that, is there any kind of environmental assessment or study we have to do before we can do that?
So currently, the 3 options that we're presenting, they do not incur in any land acquisition. So you can do it within the existing right-of-way. Before, so during the project, we had a legal survey of the right-of-way. And between Canal and 2nd, it varies the right-of-way. It goes from 20 meters to sections of 25, 26, 28. But these three options, they will not incur into acquiring any land.
Councillor Pelkman.
Yes, thank you. I also have a question about option number one. It's the only one that I'm interested in. I'm just curious about that section from Panel Lane, I guess, until Tanya. Not Tanya, what's how close does the route, how far up those people's driveways as it exists now, would that push out to? So how much shorter would the driveways get?
Yeah, we're not extending the sidewalk any further west, so.
I'm only talking on the other side. I'm only talking
the sidewalk to the house will be the same, so it won't get any shorter there.
I'm talking about on the other side of the road.
East side.
Oh, sorry.
East side.
East side of the road? No.
No, because, well, there will be no sidewalk on the east side of the road, or these options do not have it. Option 1 and 2, the one that you're talking about.
But it'll still shorten their driveways, right? Because the pavement will be wider.
Absolutely, yes. How I said, it's between 7 and 8 meters right now, and we're gonna have a 10-meter road plus curb. So it will extend on both sides of the road. So on average, I will say, if I tell something now,
5 feet.
I will say a minimum of a meter. It could be up to 2 meters in some sections, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, somebody want to bring a motion? Deputy Mayor.
Sorry. I think I jumped the gun in front of everybody, sorry.
If it's option one,
Option one.
Yeah.
I'll second.
I'll make a motion that we accept option one.
Seconder. Councillor Pammer, all in favor? Carried.
Mike Knight.
Good job. We appreciate the brevity, we apologize. Next is, we're going to move to item 8.1.5. Focus Council, we're almost there.
It's 40K.
Yep.
That's not. Yeah, but it's 40 kilometers an hour.
Yep, we're going to now go to the agreement for permanent and temporary easements, Queen Street Phase 2 road construction project. Motion that we receive the report. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Hippel. All in favor? Carried. One meeting.
Through the chair to council, you have the report before you. This is looking for approval or authorization from council to enter into permanent and temporary easements for phase 2 of the Queen Street project. The temporary is for staging and the construction work, and the permanent is so that there could be future access to the infrastructure that's being put in place. Happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Any questions? Motion.
I'll make the motion, number 1 and number 2 as presented in the report. Does that make it easy?
No, there's actually one there, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
If I may, to council, we do have a recommendation that council give us direction authorizing for bylaw number 7924, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the documents.
Yeah, I just made that motion.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I see recommended that's what I said was number 1, and furthermore, that was number 2.
First and the
Sorry,
second.
I made,
Sorry.
First and
I
second.
tried to collect them all into the same one. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, someone second, are you second that?
I'll second it in a question.
Yes.
So when we say easement on that piece of land that will, I guess, go from Front Street to the river, we don't actually own it, we just have the right to access and what's underneath us.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Carried. 8.22, request for draft plan of subdivision extension, South Grove Meadows. Report, this is received for information. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor? Carried. Imagine Director Huff would speak to that one.
Thank you, Worship. So this is really an administrative process. This subdivision is due to lapse actually shortly. And so we need council's recommendation to extend this another 3 years. That's as per the request of the developer. We don't anticipate that it's going to take 3 years by any means. It's just a matter of administratively getting that support from local council, and then that will go to county council for approval. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, there's a motion that council recommend to the Director of Planning, County Middlesex, a draft approval of subdivision file number 39T be extended for an additional 3 years. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Canis. All in favor? Carried. 8.2.4, the Housing Accelerator Fund, second round. Motion to receive the report. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Canis. All in favor? Director Huff.
Thank you, Worship. So council may recall last year there was some discussion, and the municipality did in fact make an application to the first round of housing accelerator funds, and this is infrastructure funds tied to commitments that a certain number of residential units would be created. It's federal funds, and it's tied with some obligations under CMHC for the municipality to undertake some updates to its processes and regulations relating to housing to make it easier to get housing approvals, and in return you are able to access infrastructure money that again would support housing development. There is now a second round of housing. As you know, we weren't successful the first round. The second round that's opened up is available only to municipalities who participated in the first round. And it's really being targeted, we're being told from CMHC, for those smaller urban/rural municipalities, as many of the large municipalities that applied did receive funds if they accepted them. So, however, this round is a little slightly different. They have said that one of the commitments that would have to be made with any funding application is that you would permit as a right 4 units on every property in the municipality, which sounds really scary. So we've had some conversations with the county and with who has in turn had conversations with CMHC and about the concerns about potentially being obliged to do that. So CMHC has come back with some clarification saying that the municipality, yes, they want 4 units as a right, but the municipality is well within its ability to regulate and place controls and criteria in order for lots to potentially meet the requirements that would allow 4 units. And that's important because the province, as you know, when they have amended the Planning Act recently, they did the 3 units as a right, and they took away the municipality's ability to control 3 units as a right. That's in place no matter what, no matter the parking, no matter coverage, no matter anything, you have to permit that. That's not the case for the 4 units. So they said they're more than happy to work with us even before we submit an application to come up with something that would be a reasonable attempt at regulating that requirement. So all said and done, there is going to be some work involved in submitting a second application, but the county is working very closely with the municipality. Much of the work has already been done. There'd be some minor tweaks that would have to be made in order to accommodate some of the uniqueness to this round. And certainly we're always in a position to withdraw if needed based on feedback that we get from CMHC. But ultimately it would allow us to potentially access some much needed funds for infrastructure if council is agreeable to staff proceeding with making the submissions. So similar to the last round of funding, essentially timing is important here because the deadline for this round of funding is September 13th, and ideally I would be coming back to council in September, the first meeting in September, to get council's endorsement of the application. So again, you would be able to have another look at what that application looks at, give us final direction on whether or not to submit the application, and that endorsement would go with the application as required. And so I'm just here to gauge the interest of council and whether or not you wish staff to proceed with doing the application. So thank you.
Councillor Peltman.
My first thought is we weren't successful the first time with a lot more money available. What makes us think we're going to be successful the second time? But I guess my question is, if we make the application, or if we don't make the application, maybe I'll ask it that way, does that prevent us from accessing other funds that might come available?
Through the chair to Councilor Pelton. So I would suggest that the way that they have done this now is the second round is only available to those who have applied for the first round. So if there's subsequent rounds of funding, they may become contingent on whether or not you apply again to the second round. It's hard for me to gauge, but what that could look like. But potentially, if you don't participate in this round, if there's any future rounds, that could impact your ability to access other applications.
I'm just gonna comment on his. I think the political waters are a little different this time, Councillor, and based on conversation I had with an MP from London, there's probably, I don't want to say a good chance, but I think it would be looked at favorably, just given the political waters and the possibility of an election coming up. So, Councillor Wilsey.
Do we have to implement these best practices before we do the application, or only if we're successful?
Thank you, through the chair to Councilor Wilsey. So only if we're successful.
Yeah, Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. What if we don't meet the housing thing? Didn't qualify and don't, then what happens? Just because we are kind of on a downward turn here, so.
Absolutely, that's a great question through the chair. So I don't have an easy answer for you. I know what we're seeing in the media about some of the other funding pots, that if you don't meet the target, then you don't have an ability to access the infrastructure money. So I don't know for sure, to be honest.
Councillor Brennan.
And through the chair to the director, who calculates and by what criteria that we meet these targets? Because we could have a set of numbers and they could have a set of numbers, and they could say you made it and we could say we did. And I'm just wondering, in situations like that, I mean, do we know how these things are actually calculated? Because if we come within 1/10%, but we think we're 1/10 over, and we get a dispute with them, I'm just wondering how that works.
Through the chair to Councilor Brennan. I feel like you've been reading some news reports recently about disputes between municipalities and the federal government. So certainly that is a bone of contention. It's derived on whose building permit, local building permit data versus how CMHC is collecting data. So I know that they are working together. The municipalities are disputing those numbers very closely with CMHC to come to some correction, but it's not been resolved, as what I understand.
Okay. There's a motion, the council direct bylaw number, oh wait a minute, I gotta get the right one, I apologize. Council provide direction on whether or not to submit a funding application. Somebody want to bring a motion, I can't. Councillor Wilson.
Before we bring the motion, do we know how many houses they're going to be asking us to put on, or do we have any idea of how much we need to do a permit on?
Through the chair, so I think for the last round, top of my head, I think we submitted about 500 units. And we've already had a discussion with the county that we would have a more modest number come forward with the next round of funding, which will likely impact the amount of infrastructure money we could impact, but we're certainly aware of the need to be more modest in our calculations for that, to that extent.
And as a follow-up, what's the time frame for that? Like, is it in 2 years, 4 years? Nobody knows. I don't think they know.
It's the end of the night. I'm sorry. I know it was in one of the attachments, and I can't remember. I believe it was 3 to 5 years.
And that could change.
I can't remember.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I'll make the motions, 2 of them, that council receive the report and that council provide direction for staff to submit a HAF2 funding application.
Okay. Someone, Deputy, are you seconding, Councillor? It is the end of the night. All in favor? Opposed, of hand? Carried. Okay, now we're down to the bylaws.
I just don't like the.
Sorry, you'll have to.
Thank you, Chair. So just two bylaws on our end of the agenda. So bylaw 7924 regarding the permanent easement and consent to enter agreement regarding the storm sewer extension on Queen Street Phase 2. The recommendation is this bylaw receive first, second, and third and final reading.
Motion this bylaw receive first, second, third, and final reading. Someone bring the motion. Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Hippel. All in favor, carried.
And finally, bylaw 8024 to confirm this evening's proceedings. Recommendation is first, second, and third and final reading.
Motion this bylaw receive first, second, third, and final reading. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Pammer. All in favor, carried. Motion to adjourn at 10:28.
What's the time next Monday? 6?
5. Yep. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Pammer, all in favor of adjourning. I do appreciate everybody's patience.